Hello, a warm day to everyone. 29 degrees inside here. My whole skin is basically wet, but we are finally getting to start into the next season with the tournament coming up here on the Blitz Cup summer tournament. Let me actually just quickly share the stream on Discord still, and just to point it out, we do have a delay for the tournament streams as usual of 3 minutes. So whatever I'm saying right now is going to be 3 minutes after for you. And that way we guarantee that no one will be stream sniping also. I can already see a couple of fellas here. Depeche Mode, Dealer Q, and some others might also join us shortly. As I'm opening the game, we can already see Blitz Cup advertisements straight on when we are opening the game. That's pretty nice to see. And we do follow Group 2 today. I will get the invite in a few minutes. I just realized there has been some updates, so music is on. I don't want that. Let's go for my standard settings. Wasn't it something like around there? I don't know. Okay. All right. Hi Hank. Hi Jomunganda. Laney. I still have a minute, so I can just show you what we're about to see today. So we are following Group 2 with BPS versus Raid first. Astral and Sia are also on the other bracket. I reckon we are going to see the upper bracket first. The lower bracket maybe after, or we are jumping straight to the upper bracket and the grand finals in the end. I don't know about their levels yet. BPS has been low C before, but many you do know them as BPS at this point. They have been around for a while. Definitely a strong team. The Raid has had the ups and downs. I don't know at what level they are at the moment, what kind of team they have, which players are there. Astral has been in the top 8 as well. Low C BPS mostly stuck around the 4th, 5th place, sometimes getting up to the finals as well. I think they are actually having some good chances for this tournament again, because they have been sticking together with their core for a long time already, and they were consistently training. And then also we have a lot of strong teams again as usual. Of course, we can expect some top level gameplay. As we are just starting with a tournament, I want to quickly point out the basics, that the ones that we are seeing here. We are seeing the qualification tournament number 1. It is the 3rd day, because on the first 1 or 2 days there are mostly mediocre teams getting steamrolled by some pro teams. So I wanted to save you from that experience. But now on the 3rd day we are seeing some higher level gameplay already. We have 4 qualification tournaments, prove your skill tournaments. They are called, each lasting 3 days. I will only be streaming the 3rd day of each as of planned right now. And we are then going to have some leaderboard with the top 8 teams heading to the professional tournament, the 9th to 16th team heading to the challengers tournament, and also for the top 32. And then another 8 teams get to the lower echelon tournament there. And therefore it is most important for the teams to collect their points, or so-called cups, in the qualification tournaments in order to make it to the top 8. Especially for the lower places, it is always getting close, and there is always And there's always a lot of sweating for the teams that have had some bad days, that sometimes may not have gotten into the third day of a qualifier. It happens quite often that even some pro team is having some bad battles and is dropping out there and is just not in position to make it to the professionals tournament anymore. But the professionals tournament is not ending the tournament yet. The professionals tournament is leading us to a top 4 tournament, which is then called the actual Blitz Cup, and there the teams are playing for the $50,000 prize pool. So there's still some road ahead of us. We are still seeing about 1.5 months of tournaments. And of course, you will see as much as possible on this channel. And there will also be other channels covering other games. But we can now get into the room. I still have to reset that score. And here we are. We are seeing in BPS versus Raid, as already mentioned on game number 1. We are having the map of Naval Frontier, a relatively small map that is not really offering for the most exorbitant strategy choices, but still we are often having some great tactics, some great teamwork involved here. The meta has not really changed since last season. We're still not there at the great rebalancing that we are likely seeing in the end of this summer, where every tank on tier 10 is probably getting some changes again. So this season is pretty much the same as last season. We might still see some new tank release in the midst of the season. I don't know. Usually that is rather done after. So there is not any pay to win. Or maybe some new tech tree lines have been announced in the past already. Maybe something comes to the tournament still. Maybe this is going to impact the meta. Recently also we had the 116 F3 getting the auto reloader gun that might make up for some interesting choices, but it's pretty rare because it was super hard to get. So mainly it is about AMX M4s, and those are paired with some Chieftains or F215Bs for damage output, some LTs for spotting and capping, and also some E50M for aggressive pushes and aggressively taking advanced positions. Let's get into the gameplay. Hank saying, if Messi has a grill, then Ray dangerous. Well, actually, Messi is not in Raid for a long time already. He has been joining some other teams. I have no idea where he is. And honestly, I've got to say, probably that campy game of Messi on that hill is... It was fancy, but I would maybe go as far as calling it the most overrated game in Blitz, because there was not a lot of teamwork involved, a lot of active gameplay, which is a lot harder than simply sitting on a hill. Alright, still it was of course a great strategy to do. Not that Raid was the first one to execute it. And Raid is going for the center push with the M4s, sending one tank into the B cap. Two tanks will take this ramp in order to spot this plateau, making sure that no one can defend. And the M4s are continuing. They are not even staying. They want to pincer the two tanks up here. But maybe they are overcommitting a little bit already, because there are the T100 and also the F215B. But more tanks will likely come from the side. It isn't a very aggressive push by Raid, immediately focusing out the two tanks over here. Maybe that is a great idea, because those two cannot escape. It definitely depends on whether those two tanks can actually have a good impact, but BPS sent their forces to reinforce their spawn very quickly. Raid is pushed back, Artyom getting focused out by Kitsune from behind, and also the T100s from BPS are taking map control in the enemy spawn, and they are having Milk right in front of them that they can farm down. The first one is down. It is a tank on Raid side. Raid currently in control of 2 caps. Cap points in favor of Raid. Also hit points neck and neck. Maybe BPS is advancing now because they have a tank more on the field. But Postavinia over here is not really going to be able to do too much. He is a one-shot, is going to be afraid to peek. Still tries a shot. Does not get killed for that. BPS now increasing their hit point advantage. And Raid is struggling to get the kill shots. They are losing another tank, losing 2 more tanks, so they are down 3 tanks. Artyom still a one-shot, also going down. Suddenly, BPS has twice the amount of hit points as Raid does. And maybe Kitsune is still going down. Now I think Sahara is just getting picked up without having any more shots. Maybe still has the last shot. Nope, Kitsune finishing him off and staying alive. No one shooting him from the rear either. BPS having all 7 tanks alive. And Raid getting a very last kill. Good shot by the Chieftain. I think that was some big HE into that T100. Very strong performance by BPS. And this push was not quite what needed to happen for Raid. They were simply not fast enough with the majority of their team, while some very few tanks pushed a little bit too far too early, and that was not too great on the timing when we are thinking about how this game could have gone otherwise. Good damage spread by BPS. The least damage is just 1.7k still, but also Raid did not really have anyone without any damage. Actually, that's a nice profile background there. I did not know that one, and it's just with the cat eyes here. That's perfect. Really striking out. And that was the first win to BPS. We are still going to see at least 2 more games. It's a best of 5, so 3 wins are needed in order to take home the point. It might be some more games, might be 5 games in total. And after all, this game was definitely not too one-sided. And Raid also has a very new team again. They have a lot of people that I know from other teams. It is not a German clan anymore, not a German team as it has been for the most part of the clan history. There are a lot of fellows there who joined from other teams who are definitely not German. I don't know this one, but Menacing Green Milk. There are some players who played on CAWXK. Maybe you remember that team still, that was led by Days before. Oh, that's the wrong scene, sorry. So here we go. Might be that Raid only has a single German on the team at this point, which is blue. And we are moving up. And it is a blind shot into Kitsune. Well done. Nice job, but also blue took a shot as he was crossing over. Both teams playing some rather passive strategy. Raid a little bit more aggressive on that A side. They won't really be able to cap that base though, because Sahara is going to get countered. There are tanks set up to defend. Simply Lovely can shoot the left half of the base. Some other tank like Kitsune might peek out, or he put hypnotizing. It will be who could cover the other side. Let's see if that is going to happen. Or are they giving up on that A cap as they don't want to lose any hit points? Now hypnotizing is risking it. maybe getting shot. One shot by Sahara, but he did decap. Menacing Grin failed his shot. A little bit of an HE damage. But it is the cap lead for BPS on that C side already. And A has been decapped again. Raid is struggling to take that cap. There are 3 tanks or 2 tanks able to defend, or at the moment it's just the AMX who is not getting spotted due to this bush. He was just going for some blind shot apparently. Also Kitsune has a little bit of a crossfire here, I believe. He does have a bit of a gap, just a tiny little gap there. If we are looking at this, he can shoot into that A cap, or could. Sahara has given up on a base, and now the T100 is coming out. Daring to go into the base, hoping to remain unspotted. That might work out. But the question is whether this actually gets us or Raid anywhere closer to winning. Look at the cap points on side of BPS. They have 500 points. Raid would definitely have to go for a push onto base C. Take that C cap back. And potentially also get base B or defend base A. And BPS will be prepared to counter push. I wonder whether that's going to happen. So far, a little bit of a relocation. T100 attempting to spot the high ground. He is having eyes on God. God. Trying a blind shot. Not seeing everything. Oh, the irony. Palmer. Palmerrot. Okay, seems to be German as well. Only now I recognize the name. Sitting here, not really wanting to shoot. Just spotting. Just chilling there and spotting. Milk. Jumping into base C. By the way, Milk is also quite an experienced caller from the Russian server. Very high level player as well. I hope I'm not doing any mistakes. There also Artyom. I remember him from QQ also. Very, very knowledgeable tournament player. And Raid did it. They did cap back base C while defending base A. BPS kind of failed to defend, but they're counter pushing now, and Milk might be stuck. Milk cannot escape and is getting pinched by 2 tanks. Kitsune is also low on hit points, cannot really go for the 1v1. Has to be careful. Milk putting out a good shot, and Solitude is supporting now. Good shot there, but Blue. It's Milk and Blue. Milk and Blue is just getting killed there with the crossfire. Also simply lovely. Both teams down 1 tank. Kitsune still holding on to his last few hit points as a 1-shot. Nice crossfire by Raid. And now Kitsune is lacking the support, also getting taken out. Raid doing a great job here. Just had a massive disadvantage when it came to the caps. Now they are up on the kills and the caps. And it is about BPS to counter push. They can still take base A. Base C is still in control. Or again in control of BPS, but also that is getting recapped. Hit points highly in favor of Raid already, and God is also isolated, can not fly away, cannot jump down there, is going to get killed, but Palmer taking a beating as he was crossing over, cannot go forwards anymore, is getting focused by the F215B, and there is the LT getting killed. That might be absolutely crucial for still somehow winning this game. The FV is going to get killed, but he will still have a last shot. I doubt that he is bouncing this one. The FE is not known for its superior armor. 3 versus 4. BPS alone hit points with everyone. Do they maybe still have a slight chance? I doubt it. I would have to get a kill, and that is not going to happen. It is Postrafini getting killed, and that is a point win for BPS. Great job. Alright, 1-1. I like to see that it is that close. And I like to see that Right is on such a strong level at the moment. VPS also definitely playing very well. Simply Lovely had a bad time. Just 1 shot out of 6. Milk was also... yeah, he was getting focused in the front there. So 1-1. And we're switching maps to Hellas. Also, let me quickly address the chat. Hi everyone who just joined. Hi to Hank, CEO of Disconnect. Also Anvil, Mr. Hyde, Maurice, Zweitag, and everyone else. Also, yeah, there will be containers and, I don't know, battle passes. Not from the website. I will give them out on stream. I have to look it up again, how many I can give out. And then I will create a giveaway for you. Hank saying, wait, let me actually address the game of Messi in the break after the tourney matches again. I think I can still mention one or the other thing about that. One rarely sees some of the greatest but more underrated tanks during tournaments. Keep in mind that the meta for random games is different to what we have in tourneys. These are the best tanks for tournaments. It's not like people would not go for the best tanks just because they feel like it. They definitely do go for the best tanks, but those are tanks that they can push in with, not tanks that are great for farming damage only. In random games, for example, you would go for the FV215B, Rhino Geronte or so, but the Rhino Geronte, for example, while it is one of the best tanks in randoms, it simply lacks the hit points in tournaments. It is useless when it comes to pushes. And also in tournaments, everyone basically plays with calibrated shells. If a Rhino faces anyone with calibrated shells and heat, like an AMX M4, the M4 is simply penetrating that turret with heat. The Rhino cannot reliably penetrate the AMX. And the clip is also kind of useless if the M4 simply goes in, because the M4 has 300 hit points more and has reactive armor that decreases the damage taken by 27%. So the Rhino DPM and clip are absolutely useless. Keep that in mind, that there are differences in playstyle from randoms to tournaments, because in randoms you simply have to be passive. In tournaments you also start off in a passive strategy quite often, but then you push coordinated with the team and you really go in, which you simply cannot do as well in a random scenario unless you play in a platoon. So also in platoon games, the M4s, the Super Conquerors, all those tanks would do really, really well. But also in platoon games, it's more about damage farming and mobility rather than simply having that armor. Right, with a very passive strategy, playing for the heavy side. It is BPS with a cap lead. The T100 LT took the C cap earlier. Net force saying point when BPS, I think great one. Yeah, oh, did I just call out the wrong team there? Apologies then. T100 is spotted and is in a bit of a tricky situation. Will have to run can escape unharmed. Still playing very aggressive. I don't like that. He takes a shot. Well deserved. Because he was risking way too much by moving into the enemy terrain. But also this T100 might have overcommitted. I think, yeah, he's too far. He can get shot out from the side over there and also from that side. BPS could potentially just go in on the T100, deny his escape, or at least shoot him down significantly if he escaped. Yet BPS is not set up for a push yet. They don't have that many tanks. They are preparing to go for it though. Punisher is sent over. But also Raid is reinforcing this flank. Sending an M4 and a Chieftain in to make sure that their T100 is not dying. The M4 with the armor and hit points will be holding that front line. Tries to go for the corner. And BPS is rotating out again. I think they have in mind to counter push over there. They want to go in on Sahara and take that B cap. If they push down Sahara, they are free to cap base B, and that would grant them the cap lead. Sahara currently still has some support by Solitude, but I don't think that is enough if the tanks of BPS just push in. There is a Kranwagen and an FV215B as well. The Kranwagen has an empty clip though, has the fallback. BPS is not really making any progress. What is happening on the other side? Not much. Raid abandoned their counter push. They left the M4 alone and he's getting pushed onto now. The Super Conqueror going in. Is there any support? Not really. There's a T100 moving back in, but Milk is going down. He's isolated there. Raid decided to counter push the other side and they are still doing so, but they are quite late at that. Simply Lovely in focus fire over here, not really having too many tanks going for him yet. Raid is deciding to go for the cap, still getting decapped a little bit. Does get that second cap. No, it's oh my gosh, Sahara just moving out half a second too early. Not getting that B cap, but also they definitely have to get some kills. Look at the points, 930 points. Now there is a kill, 900 points versus 870. It would have been so nice for Sahara to cap that B base. Now it is still super close. It is all about the kills, and Raid needs more kills than BPS, and BPS just got one more kill, 970 points. There is another kill, evening out the points almost. Still BPS on the cap lead. Over there we got some very low hit point tank. If this one dies without BPS losing anyone, that's the point win for BPS. And that is 2-1 for the team in red. Oh man, this could have gone the other way if Sahara just finished taking that base. You could all see that, right? He was just almost done taking that cap as he moved out. Probably not even a fraction of a second too early. He will be hating himself for that right now. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure whether this would have won Raid the game, but it looks like it. Mainly because it would have completely changed the dynamic after that. They would not have had to push in anymore. They would have simply been able to sit it out on the caps, play passively and get some kill maybe. But they would have been very close at 960 points or so. And one kill for a Raid without losing any tank, or would have won them the game then. Yeah, Jonito, enjoying the bends, I see. Okay. Game number 4 again on Hellas. High Shrew as well, high player. asking where to watch stream with rewards. You are watching in the right place. There will be rewards. Some giveaway is going to happen. And we are starting again. It is a match point for BPS now. Only one more win needed, and they are moving to the next round. Kranwagen, often used for the center, having some amazing turret and great accuracy. Also, a whole re is set up to farm some more armored tanks. With reactive armor, it is always worth keeping in mind, as I was just talking about the tournament meta. Give a tank reactive armor and it is usable in tournaments. In random games, reactive armor is really not that relevant, but in tournaments it's all about focus fire, taking out guns. And for that, reactive armor is so useful because you take a ton of shots in a very short amount of time, and reactive armor saves you 30% of the damage almost. So that is definitely quite a lot. Might be like 600 hit points if it's just 2k damage worth of shots, like 5 shots at a 400 damage gun. Base B and A have been taken, probably by the 200 LTs, I'm not entirely sure, but that's mostly done. And we are seeing some very mirrored strategy. Both teams having a tank to hold their heavy cap. Some tanks set up to snipe for now, ready to relocate. T100s both relocated towards base C, but Pat is in that C cap already. The T100 light tank has the great advantage of being very low with its silhouette, so it can not get decapped. It can simply hide. No one can shoot him unless some heavy would be moving out. Or he can actually take the base. He kind of just failed at that. The only problem is if anyone moves in. I think he is a little bit worried about the enemy T100. It could potentially get him. Also, the big problem of doing this move is that if the T100 is escaping again, and look at this, he has to cross this spot. And there are always a ton of tanks set up to crossfire, and there will be some spot, most likely, if Solitude is not bleeding any more hit points, then he's going to spot the T100 on the run, and everyone else will have shots. And that could massively turn around the game. But Solitude is really losing too many HP. Down to half the hit points. That should absolutely not happen with a medium tank. The mediums and lights especially have to keep their hit points until the very end. But everyone in tournaments should not bleed unless getting pushed onto. Teams are not too sure yet what to do. Hypnotizing is moving in, using reactive armor, taking one shot only. But they want to go for that C cap. The T100 did not feel safe enough, so the SCONK is moving in. Now it's a double cap. The T100 not able to defend. Otherwise, he would have gotten shot by the Super Conqueror. Now it is about escaping for the T100. He does not get spotted. Due to Solitude having to be more careful because he lost too many hit points. Also not necessarily the best choice of a tank for that sporting position. Often we see some Kranwagen or other durable heavy there, because they can peek a lot more aggressively and make sure to get that information in. So the move on to C was successful. BPS now having the Super Conqueror stuck there. That is the problem for them. On the other side, Raid is making a move for that B cap. They are confident in going for it, but the T100 is getting focused. That might have been a bit much. No, it is too much to take for the AMX M4. Simply lovely. Getting focused. Oh, failed HE. Oh, that's a cap win for BPS already. That is point win. I was not fully aware of the points in the end, but they got it with a double cap. It was not possible for Raid to stop base B. There has not been any kill this game and very little amounts of damage. Raid, 1.2k max damage, that's not enough. They were bleeding too much, they were not able to really counter push, and the push that they did came too late. That's simply it. And by that, we are done with this encounter. So Raid is heading into the lower bracket, BPS to the upper bracket. That we will see quite soon. Maybe I will go for some random games, but also we are going for some giveaway. And on top of that, I was still about to reply to some message, some question on the chat. Well, I wanted to address the Gorilla gameplay. Maybe we can rewatch that actually and compare it a little bit to what we have in tournaments nowadays. I think the next game is taking a while, like usually that's about 20 minutes, I'm not sure. Let me actually just check in-game for when the next game is starting. I can somewhere see that BPS is going to face Astral in the upper bracket in about 20 minutes. Yep, 20 minutes. So we have a bit of time. I don't think we are seeing the lower bracket then. No, unless I would be starting immediately. Now then we see the upper bracket and right after the final. Okay. Let me quickly check again what kind of prize you're going to get. I want to make sure that I'm not messing up and giving away anything that I don't have. 4 fan containers and 1 battle pass per stream during PYS. For pro tournaments, there will be more updates. So there might be more prizes on the pro tournament and also some portal support for the streams so that people get basically compensation for watching. Sucks to say that, right? Alright, so 4 fan containers, 1 battle pass, so that means I can just start some giveaway, don't you think? Let's go. I will do it on Discord again, as I usually like doing so. And we are starting the giveaway on the giveaways channel. So 1 winner. Let's go for 15 minutes, 20. Actually, I can go for a longer one because the next giveaway I would only start after the next tournament then. Maybe I will just go for the battle pass tournament, battle pass giveaway right before right before the next battles. Yeah, let's do so. Or after second round. So let's go for 30 minutes. 2 times fan container. And the giveaway started. You will find some links to Discord on the chat as Nightbot is posting. Also, I will just send it !! Discord. You can also do so. Okay. Okay. So actually, I want to check out the Messi game, because I've not seen this in a long time. What's the Twister Cup? Gorilla. Let's just search that. It is actually probably the most viewed video of Blitz. Just check that out, 730,000 views at the moment. That's absolutely crazy. POV stream by Messi is also on Juicy's channel there, 54,000 views, also a ton. Wait, I might have to, I'll just mute that one. Does the quality suck? Yes? Okay. Why is the quality? That's never 720. That looks like 460. So what happened here, of course, was a push by rate above that. I'm gonna turn off the chat so you can actually see stuff above that little wall there. The strategy was still set up in a way that they could actually defend the A area. The enemies had no idea what was happening. They were not prepared for that. For now, they don't know what is happening. They went for a standard strategy. Which team is it actually? Is that Sabina Lisa? It was on 7 stars, but that's not a 7 stars team. AV. Well, that I don't know. So, this is a very standard strategy that is still done to this day. Tanks moving into this corner. I'm pretty sure we're still seeing this strategy in this tournament. The tanks, of course, are different. Here they just sent over 2 tanks to hold. They did not need to do so, but you notice here the 113 got spotted, so they know that there is something in this bush which keeps them from pushing forward. So what they expect is a push of raid onto by C and just some passive holding strategy over here. I think actually the AV team already misplayed at this point. They should have already gone back. They got spotted, they had nothing to shoot at, they could not take the base. What were they actually doing for the past minute? Still, they were in this position for the time. Let's move on. Gorilla moving up the hill. Compare this to the tournament games that we have at the moment. No one is moving here. Tournaments evolved so much in the past years. That was 2018, yes. Tournament meta changed entirely. Teams are super agile, and a team like Raid or AV on their level there, they would not make top 8 nowadays. I can tell you. Because the gameplay got so much more dynamic, so much better. So they finally go for base B. They could have done so a minute ago. It's 2 minutes into the battle already. They have not sent anyone back. for some reason, base C has not been taken, so they can basically assume that there is no one there. Maybe they already know about the strategy because of... No, the E50M got shot, but if there is a mouse and that mouse is not being played aggressively behind B or so, no one's taking base C, I think AV could have already guessed that this was the push strategy, because Raid was really not the first team to go for it. There were multiple times this strategy was played in this exact tournament as well, and Raid also copied it from those teams, and the others were also more or less successful. But this was, of course, a very prominent game because it was in the final, and they dared to go for the push strategy. Mostly push strategies are not really working out super reliably because you give up map control early on just for being able to send some tank into some elevated position, which might mean that the enemies take the better positions, they take the caps, and then they fall back or just hold, because mostly the best positions on the map are around the center. If you take the hill, for example, if you're up on the hill and have the high ground, if you got hull down positions, your positions are a lot better than the opponents. So AV, they got shot once by the gorillas so far, and maybe the gorilla, he shot again, but I don't think he had any more shots, so he's moving again. Also very important for TD gameplay, if you don't have shots for like 10-20 seconds and you don't expect anyone to move out in the same spot, just keep moving, just go somewhere else, find some different angle. And he is finding one by going all the way up here, which is actually crazy that this was possible. But it took Raid 4 tanks to push up the gorilla. And AEV definitely had the chance of simply taking base B. They already know that he's here. You could see the blind shot. AV could have also gone over to hold base C if they knew that there was nothing ahead on base A, just one camper there that they could not go for, because pushing a camper without knowing what exactly is up there to the front means that you are losing a lot of hit points and you might not arrive with the hit points needed to make the push. AV still has the caps, and only now there is some movement back towards base C, but we are 4 minutes into the game and only now Raid is taking some better positions for some extra map control, and only now we can see some relocation. In the current meta, this would have happened at least a minute ago. And the whole team of the Reds, like 5 tanks, 4 tanks at least, would have relocated back to C. I guess probably like 3 tanks would have gone all the way back there. Some other tank took the balcony or so then, or they could simply approach behind. And now AV is totally lost. They're just getting farmed. The gorilla is having a good time. The thing is, the entire red team knows about the gorilla position, and still they are not able to adjust there. And this in the finals. They just need to hide, and yeah, of course now it's too late. They lost 8 points. It's not a massive hit point gap actually, but they don't really have tanks to push onto. They have horrible positioning. They have no teamwork. They are not moving as a team towards one side or the other. They are just so spread out in a very tiny part of the map. And they had like no clue what to do. And that is a no-go in a final. Because you need to be prepared for every kind of scenario, and if a strategy like this was played before, you need to be prepared and need to find out some way of countering that. And look, just imagine that AV was actually at the start. They had the spot, or they were spotted from the bush. They knew that there was something. They knew that C was not getting capped. They knew there was a gorilla and a mouse which were not seen anywhere. They knew, probably they could know that there was this push strat possible. At some point, they definitely knew that a push was going on. C was still not kept. No one of raid was aggressive enough to spot them. So, I mean, they were not able to spot more than half of the map with their camping tanks. If AV just simply relocated with all the team over towards base C, just imagine this. There is a wall. The gorilla cannot shoot into base C. The gorilla cannot climb out of this little terrain, this little prison that he fought for here. That's basically like tower defense, and a lot of people mistake TD for tower defense. But it is not about defending one position only unless the enemies are really, really misplaying. And that should not happen here. I cannot say it in any other way. The gorilla would be absolutely useless on C. There could have been an early B cap and a relocation towards the C cap, and it would have been possible for AV to fight 7v6 if they managed to ignore the gorilla. And the gorilla would have been so out of the fight. There was nothing that he could have done there. And so, yeah, there was definitely really a spectacle for this to work out. But from a gameplay perspective, nowadays the tournaments are much better. The strategies are much more evolved, and teams are playing on an entirely different level. And also, like, yeah, there are some push strats that still work out. That does happen. Yeah, the gorilla was just farming and farming and farming. Yeah, there was a lot of fame to this move, but I can really not say that it was like outstanding gameplay. Also, Messi was hyped a lot because of it. It was nicely done by the team, but mostly it was not the gorilla actually doing the legwork. The gorilla was just sitting there. The real heroes on this game were these tanks, Drizzle, Blaster. Those were the pros who, also the callers. I don't know who was calling there. I think they were basically all calling in raid. Some players calling more than others. And those were the ones who pressured the enemies in a very smart way with the mouse first, so the mouse could get support by the gorilla. Everyone was needing to go forwards in a way that they could support, that they could spot. We can see lines of fire. Do I wear the t-shirt? No, I've mentioned that in some videos. Advanced teamwork, it is called. You need these lines of fire, some healthy tanks, durable tanks to the front who increase the pressure. In the back, then there is some TD or some medium or so who's just using those angles and sniping. And those tanks, they can also build up crossfire from many angles here. Just if you are thinking about anyone over here, they are getting pushed from the E3, from the left side, the mouse, the tanks to the side, and then the gorilla. They can all focus this corner, and the more map control they get, the less room there is to hide in this spot. And that is mostly also the most difficult part, is to move up in a very safe way without putting yourself at risk, while being dangerous as possible and not giving the enemies any room at all. Okay, and actually the next game is starting. I will have to get back into the game. I should probably just show some top level gameplay. We have top level gameplay here. We've also had some slower game on the last one, but mostly I want you to pay attention to how the gameplay compares. Okay, BPS versus Astral. starting in about 4 minutes. As we have a 3-minute delay, I will show you the room in just a bit less than a minute. And now Messi is the best Met Light player. I don't even know where he plays right now, but I don't think it is like the best medium light player. There are many really high level players. And those are usually in APA, which is playing under a different name this season. Who's playing the light on BPS? I don't know. There's also on Aqua, there's also Days who really does a phenomenal job as a light tank player. I still wouldn't call him the best, although he is definitely one of the best. But there are, like each top 4 team has one of the best light tank players who are really great at simply moving around, spotting in unexpected positions, and also staying alive. The most important part of it. And no lights on this game. Oh, that's actually nice. You do see Fort Despair. As we just went over it on the raid game, now you can compare what it looks like in nowadays meta. Also, there are 2 TDs for BPS, so it might also be a passive game. Also 116 F3 for the first time. 113s making a reappearance. Very rare tank in the meta. We also have seen some 113s on that game that Raid played against AV. Of course, we are not going to see any climb on this battle, because the climb was prohibited by a wall that is invisible, but you cannot push anyone over that one anymore. Okay, 1 minute left, and we are actually seeing double Hori strat by BPS, double M4, 116 F3. They are changing again. You're kidding me, right? Yeah, still discussing. Okay, let's talk about the Astral then. Double M4, double 113, Super Conqueror, FE215B, Crown Wagen. So this looks like an AB strat. Very much, because the 113s, they don't really have hit points, they don't have reactive armor, so they are useless in the open, but they got a very low silhouette and a great armor profile. If they move into this corner of base A, they might be useful. That's also what we've seen AV doing with their 113s. It's still the same principle that applies there. Get the map control to the side, get that crossfire in. Kranwagen and M4s can then fight for the middle. We're not seeing any 268 move up aggressively. Nope, not that. The M4s might also push into the B cap or defend that. FE215B likely camping. Also CAWXK might be moving towards base B onto that hill. BPS is now playing double Hori, double M4, 116 F3, then a spotting T100 LT and FE215B. As they play such a fragile lineup, they will not be able to take any side aggressively. They will have to spread out and get some shots in from passive positions, let their enemies run into them before they can do some relocations. Kitsune has the advantage of being the only light tank on the field, so he can move up aggressively and spot, but he will get pre-aimed by a lot of tanks. It might take a beating. No. Okay, sneaky maneuver. Not even staying in the bush, but immediately pulling over to the side. Getting a lot of spots in. And the M4 already got punished for it. Lost about 700 hit points already. or 500, not playing with extra hit points. Astral took control of the corner, and immediately we see the first tank relocating. Totally different to what AV did. They know moving or staying in the corner is useless, at least with 3 tanks, because there are campers. They cannot push the campers, so they want to go for base B. They take control of base B. Base C has been taken as well. There are still the horrors set up. 116 F3 and the horrors. It's impossible to push in. And a nice shot by the horror into the Kranwagen. He cannot peek there anymore. It is paper against horror. Kitsune is in a bit of a precarious situation. Can move out. There is now unspotted. Remains unspotted on the run. And he is safe. Cap lead to BPS. Astral cannot fight forwards. Oh! M4 misplaying. Not expecting that much to be in the corner, but immediately there is a relocation of the tanks of Astral. They leave 1 tank just for spotting and holding up the opponents. He is a bait to some degree, and Astral is relocating towards the C cap. They want to get back by C. Totally different to what we would have seen 2018, where people were all about moving into the enemy cap in the very last seconds at like 800, 900 points. I wanted to move in, stop the cap, maybe get a kill. But that doesn't work in nowadays meta anymore, because people are prepared for that. They predict the enemy's move and they do punish that, and it's much more about kills and map control and counter pushes that are always coming a lot sooner. And it might be a great opportunity for Astral, but they are too slow. The whole Re is moving up. The whole Re will have some shot into the M4. The reactive armor doing its job, but C can get stopped for a minute maybe. It will cost the M4 some hit points, but if he does stop the cap, it would allow them to get the cap lead, but it's not worth it. Radioactive just lost a lot of hit points for basically nothing. On the other side, BPS is counter pushing with a 116. They have some great shots into the Kranwagen, tracked him as well, and another track shot in. So he is out of repair kits. Maybe the T100 still has some shots. Tracks again without damage. And another shot. Quentin down to a 1 shot for most tanks on the field. Actually for all the tanks, most likely. And BPS is counter pushing. They have an opportunity and they are going in. Simply Lovely taking some great crossfire. Moving all the way into the middle of these tanks of Astral. But it's absolutely worth it. He takes out 1. Has some crossfire into the 113. But the 113 is counter pushing onto Hori. M4 drives into the shot to save the Hori. Very smart trade, because the Hori will be able to take out the 130 if he gets that shot in, and he does. Very nice gameplay. Really smart move by the M4 to offer his life for the Hori, because the Hori would be more dangerous, would have the higher alpha damage. If it was the other way, if the Hori died first, then the M4 would have only put out his 400 damage into the 113. As the AMX died first, the Hori was still able to get that kill. Absolutely amazing job. And you can see this massive difference that I'm talking about there. Immediate relocation by both teams. Both were well prepared for what was about to happen. A bit of a misplay by Radioactive with this M4 to peek out there. When the enemies have 2 Horis, you simply don't peek. Especially when you know where they are, because you already got shot. But still, it was about the push not quite working out. Astral really bit their teeth out, attempting to recap by C. They needed to go for kills. They could not just play for a passive game. I mean, just a semi-aggressive gameplay against some Horis. Doesn't work. You're just getting farmed. And they could adjust to that. If it was by pushing in, that's another question. I think they had 1 tank that they could focus if they moved in with everyone and did not get spotted too soon. Also, it would have been great for them to just have at least one tank hold up the middle of base B to defend that B cap. Probably 1 or 2 tanks, and the rest moving in concisely. What is the word? Decidedly moving into base C together. We're already getting to the next game. I did not even update the score. 1-0 for BPS. And we are seeing some less, oh no, not less Hories. 2 Hories again for BPS, but this time they pick double 113. So it is about them moving into the A corner most likely, yet I'm not too sure whether they are doing so due to the Horie lineup. Because the Hories are not that useful in that A corner. No, the 113 is moving over to base C. It is a bit of a counterintuitive setup. Also, the enemy team has some 113 and they are picking a Waffen to camp in that corner. Everyone else moving up to base C, where there is a massive face-off here. Lots of tanks. Astral taking that base, attempting to. I don't think they should try this. I don't think so, because they cannot do so safely. And they continue doing it. I don't know. First time on this map? They cannot tell me that it is working out if they know there is some tank there. There are multiple tanks who have been spotted, and they can tell me that this is usually working out, because you can absolutely not sit in this tiny little corner unharmed and take the base. It simply doesn't work. But okay, Astral still has some good amount of hit points, just 1k less, not even 1k less than BPS. They have good map control as well, with the 113 having approached the corner, taking control of that. He has some nice crossfire onto the Chieftain. But base B is the first cap for any team. And the 113 trades very poorly. BPS counter pushing. They have sent over both Hories, and Punisher is moving in steadily, wanting to go for the enemy 113, but he knows there is a Waffen, so he's not going to overcommit. Holding the corner, not finding the opponent. Waffen is moving out. Massive misplay by Waffen. He has no control over the corner and is still moving in on his own without having anyone to shoot in base B. What was he thinking there? That's not going to end well. Waffen is taking a beating. Failed HE though, but still that's been about 1000 damage off of that Waffen, which is the most dangerous tank on the field. And Astral has read the situation quite well. They know that there are a lot of tanks on the A side, so they are sending it into base C, pushing into BPS, but they are not all too successful. There is the M4 going down. That's the first one. Massive HP leads to BPS. This is a bit of a desperate push. There is not too much backup for Astral at all. The E100 going in. But over here, what do we have here? This is one tank only who just got killed. Some more backup in the middle, but they are absolutely getting farmed by BPS, and that is 7-0. Not a single tank died on BPS side. Maurice asking, what's the average overall team damage dealt in these tournament battles? Like 20,000 hit points damage? No. You would only have very, very heavy teams even having 20,000 hit points on the field. So it is super rare, unless it is Dynasty's Pearl, where we see a lot of German heavies. You don't see anything close to 20k. I mean, here it was all 7 tanks getting killed, 17.6k. But most games actually end on caps, because people push in somewhere, counter push, and it is a lot of pushes going on. So usually just 3-4 tanks even die. And I don't know what the average is. I would say about 3 to 4 tanks die, and there are games where there is very little amounts of damage, even because it's all about the caps. And therefore, no idea where the average is going to be. Probably something in between those two. Although I've got to say that this is also a map that was played with almost only heavy tanks, no mediums or light tanks. So it also depends on the map. If it is Desert Sands, for example, there are going to be a lot of mediums involved. Vambon saying, just look how many hit points teams have in total and you have your answer. No, not everyone's getting killed. I think even 14,000 hit points would be too much. For the average, no, it's going to be beneath that. Castilla now. Hopefully not the Castilla that it is sometimes called. Hopefully not too much camping. Do the lineups look like camping lineups? Maybe on the blue side, double T100 LT, unless they are used for aggressive gameplay. One is moving up to spot base C, so usually that means that the rest of the team is rather moving towards the A cap. In this case, Astral is playing for C aggressively, not finding anyone though. Well, someone already lost some hit points. Hypnotizing with a very aggressive move that is usually very successful. He could move in with a speed boost and reactive armor into this ditch, and he is safe there unless he gets pushed onto. And the main thing why this is done is that he can crossfire anyone up there. He's also getting crossfired. If there are more tanks, then this move is usually a lot more successful because of the amount of distraction that the HM can deliver. Oh, Matthias losing a ton of HP for this move. BPS is not set up too well right now. And they are getting farmed by the T100, who is a very dangerous tank to have up here. The Punisher is coming, having reactive armor and emptying his clip, putting the LT down to a one-shot. This is saving his teammates in that corner, so the push is going to have much better chances at succeeding. But BPS is getting farmed. First tank is out though on side of Astral. Tank advantage for BPS. And yet BPS is down about 1k HP. Question is if Astral can make use of the hit points. Astral also lost the LT, so they are down 2 tanks while having 600 hit points more. Oh, radioactive not getting that shot in. And that is crucial. Radioactive taking 500 damage, not having reactive armor apparently. So he's a one-shot, most likely. Simply lovely. Getting that kill. 3 tanks down on Astral's side. Hit points still neck and neck now in favor of BPS. The gun advantage is starting to pay off. Kranwagen shooting the F3 with a one-shot, but unspotted now. And over here we've got God going in for the Kran. And he is facing a Crown without a full clip loaded, so he can simply farm him down to 100 and getting that kill very easily. Meanwhile, this T100 is trying to chase out this M4, and he is still getting him, but also he is down to a one-shot. And the last one on the field, 7-1. BPS with a very successful push. And that is actually BPS already winning and getting to the final of this day. Most likely facing a raid again. This game is starting immediately. Astral having the M4 doing no damage and getting... Wait, he was not the first one to get pushed onto. Was someone else. I think if Astral does not improve massively, they are not going to make top 8. I mean, maybe they have a bad day, but I did not just see them just not really do well. They lacked coordination, sadly. I hate to say it, but there was some lack of ideas, and the approaches were less than promising in some situations. Grave mistakes involved that are probably not possible to fix before the start of the season, but maybe everyone was sleeping and just not... Wait. We see the lower bracket. Okay. Okay. We see Raid versus Astral in the lower bracket first, and afterwards the grand final. So again, the winner of this game is then going to meet BPS. Let me actually just... Let me just check BPS. So yes, we do see BPS in the grand finals for today. They just bet Astral, kicked them. That was the upper bracket. Okay, that makes sense. They kicked them from the upper bracket, so Astral is then in the lower bracket against the Ruffle team. Right. And they are meeting on this one. The winner getting into the grand final. The Meep. Wow, they have got. That seems unfair. A little bit. I'm totally surprised that this name is actually, that it was available, that this person got the name. And also that it was allowed. I don't know. I don't know if such... Oh, why not, I guess? Is it offensive? Maybe some people might find it highly offensive to say that they get killed by God. None of them. Okay. Black Goldville is the next match. Right, as well, we see a pretty standard lineup for this current meta. No TDs, just a lot of M4s. A T100 LT and an E50M for some extra lethality, and a Chieftain also for hash farming that is highly effective against the reactive armor. Just keep in mind that the reactive armor that is so popular amongst tournaments players does not save from HE damage, only it saves from AP, APCR or heat damage. That damage it reduces, while HE or hash is just dealing exactly the same damage as usual. So often hash tanks are the only ones that are allowed to not have reactive armor. So we see Chieftain, FE215B. Sometimes the Vickers even. On the Astral side, we got an IS-7. Also some M4s, double light lineup. Interesting choice. A bit of a risky lineup, I would say. RHM NT100LT. I wonder what that's going to bring us, tactically speaking. The IS-7 is usually used for simply moving into base B or right behind. Oh, blind shots connecting. Oh my gosh. And some other shot bouncing off still. Very well done by Raid. Amazing start of the battle. RHM delivering the spots from the center. Getting spots on Sahara. Also the M4 Artyom. But the RHM cannot stay there. He's lacking the armor for that. The IS-7 is not sent right behind base B, but just a bit more into a passive position, which is actually very well done. He can spot base B, he can deny any cap, he can also spot the C side, but at some point he might get crossfired from the left side. If Raid wanted base B, they needed to pressure this position to then shoot into the IS-7, and they need some backup behind base B to also pre-aim IS-7 like that. But for now that is not too relevant because Raid already has a C cap. Astral took map control on base A, but not base A yet. They got decapped. And then it looks like they might get away with it. But at this point they need more than one kill to turn around the caps. They're still moving forwards a little bit. With the M4s they're pressuring, but the Raid is set up very well. Strong defensive positions, but the E50M taking a beating. Oh, that was nasty. That could have also been avoided. I think it was the IS-7 having some shot. Otherwise I can't explain it. He was just still spotted. Moved into the open just a touch too early. Could have just waited a moment. But Raid is not playing for a holding strategy. They sense that there is nothing coming. So immediately they are chasing the opponents. Astral wants to relocate and push back base C, but they already have the tanks in their rear. Raid being very quick with their relocation. And they face the enemy's rear. Can have some shots, although they are not connecting all that many just yet. But they are sending it. They have the advantage on this flank. They have 5 tanks versus 3. Astral is still trying to escape, but they are going to lose Wonderful. That's for sure. Wonderful getting farmed down to 2 shots already. Will get killed very, very quickly. Failed shots into the back. Artyom getting that kill. Base A has also been taken by Raid simultaneously. Base C is still in control of Raid, as there is the first kill for Astral. But Astral also lost the RHM, the most crucial tank to keep alive along the T100 LT. 2 tanks down. This is bad for Astral. Also, they simply don't have caps yet. 800 cap points for Raid. Base C can still get stolen, but it would not be enough for Astral to simply play for that, because they would have to take back base A. But Raid pushing over the road here, having some amazing crossfire. Astral stuck in the open. It is Milana Star just getting focused out. not having anywhere to hide, and Radioactive is the next one. Radioactive, 1.9k damage down, and there comes a kill shot. This brings Raid very close to a point when Blue is a one-shot, but apparently he cannot get picked up for now. The IS-7 might try it, does not have any chance, so he just turns around for the E50M, loses a bunch of hit points. A bit more than he would have liked to for sure. He's also getting tracked, and that is the pointer in for Raid. Only one tank alive on side of Astral. Very, very nice performance. I really loved how fast they were with deciding to counter push base A. Despite having the cap lead, they still went in, took back base A before Astral had any chance of making a move for base C. Good job. Really good job. And we are seeing the next match. Again on Black Goldville. And we do have some lighter lineup about Raid. This time, WE50M, Chieftain, FE215B. So lots of tanks that have good mobility and good damage output. Only 2 of the M4s and then 116 F3 Clipper tank also with reactive armor. And a good amount of hit points. Has like almost 2.7k hit points. And reactive armor increasing that even further. It's a super heavy with an auto reloader. Very nasty. On the other side, we see a passive lineup with Hori, Kranz, a lot of armor for Astral, a lot of hit points. That won't be easy for Raid. If Astral is playing properly, if they are not making any mistakes and are covering the map, which they can do with the setup that they have, and then Raid is not going to be able to do much against that because there is simply too much armor on Astral side, and yet I might have a little bit of a doubt whether this is going to work out. We're going to see. The question is also whether Raid might get overconfident based on the success that they've just had on last game. Blind shots, but they are not penetrating anyone, just hitting the ground. Sahara actually playing the single shotgun. Ah yeah, he mentioned on my stream that he absolutely does not see that big gun, that auto reloader, work out for him. The single shotgun has 480 alpha damage, so that's still pretty good. Yet I absolutely do prefer the auto reloader. Astral playing for a very cornered strategy that I'm not a great fan of. They don't have the cap lead. And they have no map control for now, but they are pushing back. Good to see that, because they absolutely need to do so. They need to go further though. They need to go towards this hill. Otherwise the Kranwagen can potentially get shot out. No, I mean, for now it's not a risk. But they need as much map control as possible. Also, they will have to make a play for base A. For now, that is an option, as Raid is pulling over towards the base C and B. Potentially, we see Raid going for the B cap. I think they might do that. Could be tricky for Astral to defend base B. And judging by the movement, I think that Astral is a bit slow with their ideas. But they will play for A. Yet at the same time they're going to lose base B. They need to set up for that. That's very common. That base B is getting capped while base A is stolen, and there would be double cap for Raid then. Raid can simply take base B now. Oh, T100 LT. Spotting B, but cannot defend that. Milk just moving in. Hori has a nice shot into 116, but he is also in the rear of the Kranwagen. No, it's not about the caps. It's about killing the Kran. Many tanks coming in from various different angles. The Chieftain with a hash power. And there comes another one. E50M failing his shot though, but Sahara is there. Kill shot for him. And it is a gun advantage for Raid, but also Blue is going down as well. Getting another kill. So it is even on the tanks. Base B cannot be taken. Maybe Solitude can take it. He's going to try to chase the E50, the LT, but he is facing the Hori. He should not be isolating himself too much, and I think he just misplayed there. But the LT did as well. No, LT got up onto that hill. But the E50M is too aggressive. Can get killed by Hori with his next shot. No, he's just moving around the corner still. So for now he is side. What is happening on the other side? Raid is losing out on tanks. They might have just pushed a bit too far into the middle. So it's radioactive, as he does have a Chieftain with hash power right behind. E50M just died. And there is the M4 also dying to a fire. Still it is Astral with a tank lead, also more hit points. And they are getting Milk, who is not able to escape anymore. So 4 versus 2. Raid is going to lose this one. Raid is not going to have a chance against that many tanks. I highly doubt so. Also base B has been taken. Artyom getting killed from behind. No way he could get out of there, and then it will be the point win for Astral, as they still keep their tank alive. Maybe the Chieftain has the LT, still gets him, can drop into that B cap, but it's not going to be enough. It's too late. It's actually a 1v1. Oh, a big hash by the FE215B. And we are approaching 1k points. The FV still burning down. Oh. Guys, with that fire, the RV would have been a one-shot on the next one. I don't know about that push there. He would have won anyways. Okay. Oh, damn. Nice damage. Ace for Menacing Grin. The E50M really... Wait, it was Solitude. He was pushing in for no reason. I think Raid was too aggressive. Talking about being overconfident. That's what I said before the game. And I think Raid really was overconfident in going for the push. They didn't need to go for the push. They were getting pushed on the A side. They could have simply stopped. They could have waited a moment. Let the enemies just run into them on base A, still take base B, and they would have won on points. They could have still gone for the move a bit later. Although, of course, they could shoot the Kranwagen. But they committed so many tanks there from many angles, yes, but there were all the tanks of Astral able to support the Kran from the right side. I don't think they should have gone for this. Especially the E50M, yeah, we could see he was the first one to move into the Kran from the right side. Let's not forget about this. He should not have gone there. It was way too exposed in between the tanks of Astral, and if they simply held on, took base B, let the enemies run into them, they would have won this game. They could still just pressure out the 2-100 on the other side, and the whole re would have likely not done all that much. unless Raid allowed them to. Ooh. There was 1 second before the start of the game that I just read it up. That was close. Okay, 1-1. Waiting for Sahara to half cap base B. Yank is saying yes. Wait, I need to adjust the score. I hate that the game is minimizing itself all the time. Kuba asked for my picks for top 8. It's too early to really make a good prediction. So far I can only say the usual candidates. The strong teams are probably all playing. So yeah, we got APA, Aqua. For the lower part of the top 8, for 6th to 8th place, it's always very hard to predict. Because there are some teams like Raid who are strong candidates, but also might get ditched by a team like Astral. Depends on the consistency and on the luck to some degree as well. Milanastar took a beating. Half the hit points down. That's way too much. That should not have happened. Astral committed hard to the C side early on to get the control of that C cap. And Raid simply stole base B. No one on Astral's side was set up. We see a bit of a climb by the T100 LT. It's quite popular on this map. And the T100 has some great view from up there. Let's just go down here a little bit to his position. He has a lot of possible angles. Like he can shoot tanks peeking there. He can shoot tanks peeking around there. Although that's rarely happening. You even can see this angle and the A side. But at this point, he probably shot one or the other time, so Raid is aware of that. They will all know, they will have communicated. Guys, look, there is a camper on the hill. Don't peek. It's not good for you. And if anyone's peeking now, the rest of the team is going to mock them, blame them, bully them, bench them. Potentially. So Raid is playing passively, not allowing the camper to farm. Just compare that again to the game of Messi that we've seen earlier. Some slight adjustment to the strategy, early cap control, and the camping strat is rendered useless. T100 here with a very brave move into the A cap. He can somewhat get away with that. At least he can take the base, but at the same time, he is very exposed to pushes, and Raid potentially is not going to miss out on that chance. Even if it costs them hit points, they can go in and simply focus out the T100. Oh! Failed shot by Sahara. On the other side, the T100 died. How was that happening? And it's already a point win to Raid. I'm a little bit disappointed by this game, honestly. Like, there was not a lot happening. That was Raid just playing very safely, going for the B cap and the A cap because they could. There was no one there to defend that. Early push onto C by the team of Astral. Yes, they got the base, but after that, they wanted to play passively. But in order to play passively and succeed at that, you need something. And that is an incentive for the enemy to push into you. So you need the caps. If you don't have caps, the enemies are not going to make a move. They're just going to sit back and enjoy their double caps. Or even the slight cap elite that they have. So passive strategy at a disadvantage is not working out. Also, as well, lost hit points early on with the M4. They did not play for the caps. They played with one light tank for the caps. Huge gamble. Big overestimation of the abilities to survive on that flank. And the raid simply countered that because most teams don't leave the C cap completely isolated, even if they play for the A side. They don't give away the caps for free. So raid was having a very, very comfortable, easy win here. And that means we end up 2-1 for raid. Maybe the last one for this encounter. We do have 2-1 for raid. Now they only need one more point. Judging by the playstyle, I would be surprised if they lost again, but of course they are also not safe from misplaying. Solitude pushing in immediately without having any information. That means he has another backup. It's actually not a huge amount of backup. Bit of a gamble. But of course he could hide there for a long time with reactive armor inside scrape. Still, I think there was probably a bit too much of a gamble for a safe strategy to go in there like that, but hey. Let's not judge them too hard as we are not in a game. It's always comfortable to judge when spectating. Does not mean I would do better. Being down there with a limited information, trying to get some information. And playing down there means you have very, very limited idea of what is actually happening. Only to some degree you can guess. As you see, the light bulbs. Only one tank is being spotted, the rest can only be guessed. No, a bit of a fire there. 500 damage into the IS-7. Astral to control of base A and is relocating, but they have a problem. The Grandwagen is spotted on the relocation, so raid immediately knows what's up and they can counter push, as they already do with Sahara. Yeah, already misplayed by Astral to rotate while being spotted. So raid is taking easy advantage, getting base A, getting base B potentially as well, and they are still able to hold base C. Astral is completely lost on this game. Nothing that they can do really. They can still try to defend B, but it's not going to win them the battle. All three caps on raid side. Astral now pushing into base C, and they are going to get farmed there. Although not too much actually, because the E50 has to escape as well. Raid doesn't need that C cap, so they can simply fall back and play safe game. They can take out the IS-7. He is alone. Chieftain has another shot. M4 picks him up. 940 points. For raid, they also killed some Super Conqueror up there. And they are winning on points. 3 caps for raid. Astral. Sorry, Astral, but you still gotta go back to training room a little bit if you want to get back into the top 8 and need to avoid moving out randomly with one tank or the other. Yeah, okay. I'm not going to go too much into detail there, but let's prepare the next game. And we are going to see BPS again and raid. I cannot show you the room just yet. And we do have Normandy for the next one. Might also be passive gameplay. Often it is played very passively because it's a huge gamble to push in anywhere. There's such incredibly strong holding spots on any side. There are strong 2D positions in the corner. That are not played with 2Ds in tournaments, but heavy tanks that are offering a lot of map control. It's super tricky to push forwards at a disadvantage on Normandy. So most teams are playing carefully for about a third of the map, spreading out a lot, taking the entire map control from side to side. Sometimes, of course, teams are a little bit further to the high ground or a bit further to the low ground, trying to make a play for either side. Usually the high ground has its advantages. Especially the plain area is often contested in the later stage of the game. Rarely in the early parts of the game as well. By the way, guys, we still have some giveaways. I will start them after the upcoming matches, or let me actually, you know what, I still have time. We still have time to quickly start them. No. No, mate. No, I'm cheering up. Okay. So, let's go for another 2 fan containers, and we're still having a battle pass. Fan container. I can't write, okay. Oh my gosh. Duration fan container. Smart. And this one will only last like 15 minutes. Because we are then getting to the end of the games, and I can start the next giveaway for the battle pass. Again, on the Discord server. Discord server is in the chat, and it does have a channel called giveaways. And guess what? That's where the giveaway is happening. Okay, good luck. And we are seeing raid versus BPS. You cannot see anything yet. Let's show you what we've got here. We got a standard lineup. S-Kongs, M4s, Chieftain, FE215B, no light tanks, which is uncommon for Normandy. Usually there's a 2100 LT to be found somewhere. Raid does have a very similar approach, also some S-Kong, M4 and Chieftain lineup. The tanks are all great hull down tanks with gun depression, apart from FE215B and 2100 LT. Those are going to be sniping though. Hank asking, Sahara used to be in BPS? I think yes, he was also in BPS. But that was when BPS was basically still Aqua. Then the Aqua team moved out of BPS into Aqua, where they had been before, and the team of Losi moved into BPS. Let's go. start the next battle. I hope it's not going to be too campy, as this map often calls for it. Okay, let's head up and check out what's happening. FV camping, as I thought. Staying behind the bunker. 1M4 moving down towards base A. There's the 2100 flying for the beach pretty aggressively. He's trying to collect some information. He's countering this bot that is often taken to defend base A. Kitsune in the open. Will try to defend. Takes 2 shots though. Raid will continue to cap, I believe. Expecting to be safe there, but they are not safe at all. Look at Milk and Blue losing hit points. BPS is well set up, and the idea that Raid had was that BPS was just simply sending one tank to the left flank to defend there, so Raid could farm that guy with a T100 and they could take that cap. But BPS was not falling for it. So massive hit point advantage already for BPS from the start on. Also, they took control of base C and can sit out on the cap advantage and the hit point advantage that they have. 2,400 hit points more on the field almost for BPS now. That's very comfortable. And they are going for the campy positions with the heavy tanks. Simply countering the 200, making sure that they are not losing by C. Good crossfire, although just an HE. Bit of a stalemate on this flank. Milk relocated behind this bunker. He can still peek out. Oh, he's waiting for anyone to peek up there, but he can still peek out onto base A. I don't think he's actually aiming for anyone up there. He's just looking around and checking out what's going on while he is making suggestions for his teammates potentially. A is well contested. There isn't anything happening here. BPS doesn't need to risk anything. But actually just checking out the hit points. Look at the hit points. We've had 2.4k hit points more for BPS just a second ago. Suddenly, BPS is... well, they still have 2k. As I just put in another shot. But they lost the advantage to some degree. But they might have a chance. Artyom is alone. Can get pincered from 2 different angles. Postafia moving in, quick kill. Nicely done. Well read situation. Simply lovely, putting a shot into Milk, but Milk cannot really get focused there. So it will be about focusing Solitude, who is alone and in the open. Can be fought by multiple tanks. Boss is down to 1 shot, getting killed. Kitsune pressuring Milk, but Milk dropped, so he cannot really get pushed onto, and there is a lot of time being lost for BPS. They are not able to kill Solitude yet. Kitsune has to fall back. Oh, he gets the kill shot. Nice job. Somehow Milk... did Milk just put out a shot there? I think yes. But still, look at the hit point difference. 7k versus merely 1.5k. The push on the other side. He also not working out for Raid. BPS just simply holding them up. And here comes Hypnotizing. Going for that kill shot of Palma Rot. And it is only a Milk left alone who has been the first one to lose hit points. Still is the last one. Gets killed by hypnotizing on the jump again. Good job there. So that means we have 1-0 for rate, for BPS. Apologies. Rate did not really stand a chance. They were not having the ideas, getting them anywhere close to winning this one. But hey, that's just been game number 1. And somehow, for whatever reason, I'm always entering more points to the left side of the team here today. Okay. We are on Normandy again. And it is again a best of 5 despite being the grand final, but it's just a qualifier, so no best of 7, no best of 9. And those are reserved for the professionals tournament and the very last stages. Normandy this time played with an RHM by BPS. They are playing a lot of British tanks, mostly Super Conquerors, which are doing a great job. You know, they switch around to some M4 instead. Still pretty much standard lineup. 3 S-Conks, 2 M4s. The S-Conks having a bit more gun depression, which is great on this map. On raid side, we also see a ton of Super Conquerors. Some hash tanks as well with the Chieftain and FE215B. And we get into game number 2 of a maximum of 5. Hypnotizing, accepting base D early on, using a speed boost to get there first. By that he is quicker than the T100. But 2 M4s are moving in. On the other side there's only 1 M4 still. Cap lead to BPS. The speed boost working wonders. And now BPS can relax again, because on this map often 1 cap is enough to have enough for the advantage. Now it's only about defending base A for BPS. They do have the FE215B behind a bunker that is quite popular to be there. Hypnotizing, spotting the outer side, similar to what we've seen earlier. He wants to see if anyone's here, but no one spotted yet. He cannot move any further because there is the bush next to the T100, so he cannot move in there. He does not want to get anywhere close there. He would get outspotted. But BPS is already adjusting. They know it's not really a play for A. The trade is going for Sahara. He's not spotting, simply lovely. He's actually staying low. Must have been the T100 to spot them. Raid has most of their tanks up here, so they might want to play for the decap, although that would be tricky for sure. But if we are just checking out the situation from above, you see that there are a lot of tanks of BPS down there, and Raid has a touch of an advantage up on the hill, but that is changing already. BPS recognized that Raid was not going for base A, so they want to move. Hypnotizing got spotted, but they are moving up. As no one is making a play for base A, they know that there is more to come over here, and that's actually a push into the plane area by Raid, so it is decided they want to play aggressively for base D, but so far they don't have any advantage apart from the positioning on that center there, so I don't think they are going to get away with it. They are not having enough tanks here, not having their tanks in the best spots. The 2 tanks in the middle are already getting repushed, not repushed yet, but they are bleeding hit points more and more. DPS is nowhere close to getting killed yet, but good shots into the Ascon at M4. They are struggling, but there comes the counter push. Amadeus going in. First Super Conqueror is out. Artyom has been killed. Blue is also down to a 1 shot, not getting any more shots off. 2 more tanks already for BPS. And they are continuing their push. Postravnir getting farmed from behind the T100, and also Sahara arriving in the fight. Parmal will be able to get that kill shot. Nicely done. But Wright is losing out on the tanks and on the hit points. T100 going in behind the opponent, has some nice crossfire into the RHM, gets him down to a 1 shot. Has to be careful to not overcommit though, because there are a lot of tanks on Raid's side who will be turning around for the T100, and he is getting farmed there in just a fraction of a second. He lost almost all his hit points, is getting tracked as well, cannot move away, and that is BPS already having the win. Just having 6 tanks alive, still BPS really performing very nicely. Simon, so no F3s. Yep, you were asking about it on last stream, right? We've seen 1 or 2 F3s. I mean, it's a maximum of 1, maybe 2 per game. I've not seen any team play 2 yet, but I think that would still be possible. Usually though, teams are, maybe there's been 1 game with 2 F3s, but it's too low on the DPM side. Yet Braid liked to play the F3 with a single shotgun, surprisingly. Sahara is a big fan of it. They did go for it earlier. I think that's also a solid choice, but on this map, for example, it would not fit because it lacks the armor, and it is mostly about playing hull down. And if you're not playing hull down, then you want some tanks that are able to quickly relocate and be lethal when it comes to the pushes, like the FE215B or the Chieftain or the 200 LT. Two to 0. And Blitz Tank, hi. Viper, how's Prada doing so far? Sorry, in Grand Finals. I've not seen Prada at all. I've not streamed them today. I've only seen a few games yesterday. That was Aqua stream. I watched Days stream. By the way, Days also streams POV. So if you check out his channel, then you can get an impression of what it looks like from the player perspective. Desert Sands, a medium map, a fast map for once. We've honestly had so many campy maps today and a lot of campy gameplay. I'm glad to see Desert Sands. And the meta for Desert Sands is to go with fast tanks that are spawning on the outer side, that are quick to take the map control around the plane area. Then 2 heavies, maybe 3 heavies are also on the field, and they are then following up towards the medium side, maybe going towards the center around there behind the houses, and then pushing further. I think also no E6 is chosen anymore. It's a rare tank in the current meta. Occasionally you will probably see some E6s again, but an E50M basically does the same job. It has reactive armor on top and maybe also more armor. Early hit point loss on BPS side. Not a good start for them, even more hit points lost. It is Raid worth a better positioning. They did get control of that high ground, which is always so freaking important. But BPS had something else in mind. They just wanted to play carefully. But they are not really playing carefully. Punisher trading very poorly. Down to half the hit points. But also Blue suddenly lost a lot of hit points. BPS did get base B, although caps are rarely relevant on Desert Sands. And they are getting pushed now. Raid has Punisher in focus. Punisher won't be able to last long. He is getting full on pushed by everyone. Can still just use the reactive armor to stay alive on 3 hit points. But there he goes. Quick kill, coordinated push by Raid, not losing a lot of hit points for that. Still HP are even, but it is a gun advantage to Raid. They just need to go for the next focus fire. Blue is struggling. Might get killed soon, will probably get killed soon. Amadeus in the open, getting perma-tracked. Cannot move, but he gets Blue out of the fight still before going down. But that cost Amadeus all his hit points to go for this low hit point medium tank. Gun advantage, no, guns even actually, also the E50M, they got killed, so it is a gun advantage to BPS suddenly again. Hit points neck and neck still, Raids having slightly more despite having a tank less. Maybe it is still possible for Raid to win this. 5k hit points now for Raid versus 4k, goodly, but suddenly things are looking differently again. Raid now down to 3k. The hit points are neck on neck. Getting a kill shot in is crucial, but 3 versus 4. Super close game. Raid still having more hit points, but I don't think they're going to last because they're down to 2 tanks versus 4. There are 100% more tanks on the field for BPS, and especially here. That is a very nice job for the team of BPS. They somehow still turned this around despite Raid having such a nice start, moving in, getting that kill shot of Punisher very quickly, a very well executed push to that point. The problem was that they just simply did not manage to turn around anymore. They somehow did to some degree. They got the FE215B out on that hill, but they lacked a little bit then when it came to keeping their tanks alive. Palmer also was set on fire. I didn't know how much of a role that played. It was very close. I was struggling to keep up with all the nuances of the gameplay. Hit points in favor of Raid, gun advantage to BPS. And that gun advantage that accumulated in the hit point advantage, or the loss of hit points for Raid then because of simply having more DPM on the field, more angles to cover, more crossfire. And that is actually, is that BPS already winning? I think yes, that's the 3rd win for BPS. By that, BPS has won today's tournament. They have not won too much though, because it is about caps on the leaderboard. They have to collect points in order to qualify for the professionals tournament. Still, it is a very nice accomplishment to get the win on any of the days, in the best case on all the days, of course, but that puts you into the comfortable position to be a bit safer in the later stages. Then Raid also, they managed to get to the 2nd spot, so they are not too far behind. If they consistently qualify for or get to the 2nd spot, they might have enough points to qualify, but it would of course be a bit closer. The main problem is always when a team does not manage to get past a 2nd day of a qualifier. Remember, there are always 3 days to each of the qualifiers, and sometimes a team drops out right before because they're having some bad luck, they are having some internet issues, they might get ammo wrecked, whatever. And And then a top 8 team can also get ditched simply by not making it to the first spot in another tournament then. Alright guys and girls, also Bella is here, hi, nice to see you. Also hi to the others who are watching. We are still having some little giveaway today. We are still having a battle pass. And we are going to start that giveaway on the Discord server really quick. I will still continue to stream for a little bit, I guess. Still going to go for some gameplay. And I think I can just cut off the delay as well, so I can chat with you a little bit more directly. But first of all, I want to go for the next giveaway. That will be the battle pass, again on the Discord server on the giveaways channel. Duration, let's go for like 60 minutes even, just because we can. One winner, battle pass, and the giveaway just started. Okay, I will get rid of the delay. You will only see a quick interruption and you probably not even notice, and then I can continue with some games. And also, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more. Be right back. Okay. So, no delay anymore. I will simply connect the iPad real quick. And then we can still go for some regular random gameplay. Hi Krim as well. Let me just quickly read up there. Hi Nguyen. And YOLO Fisher saying Prada's so bad. What? I have not seen them. I cannot judge. Actually, I remember them playing decently well last season, at least. I don't know. They're not a top 8 team necessarily, but they are definitely on a good level. I wonder if I can even play. It's super hot here. I just opened the window because it's starting to cool down outside. I've had 29 degrees inside. I hate summer. Or at least a German summer nowadays. Yeah, okay. Better saying, still been running the clan from the background. Back full time in a few months. Ah, nice. Re-entry to Blitz. Well, BPS still has a team. More stuff planned, maybe.
Holy moly! BPS Bella _Poten super chatted €23.05.
Thank you.
Great stream Paul as usual. Many thanks.
Thank you so much.
Love from BPS.
Okay, let's get over. I don't know what to play yet. I think I wanna start with a slightly slower tank because I wanna get my fingers adjusted to the goddamn sweatiness of this day. Oh, I hate it. Maybe I should just play on PC because it doesn't feel well. Oh, so I can just get the chat to the front. It makes stuff easier to see then. Yeah. Can I guess the goal and like Crim's pop the stream? Okay. Thanks for joining. POV stream. Okay, that makes more sense. Oh, you know what? I see my teammates are moving to the side and I can absolutely not aim. As my teammates are moving to the other side, I just have to adjust a little bit and not push on my own. Why can I just play passively over here? It looks like the enemies might not play for this flank. No, I feel too isolated. This is very weird what I'm doing right now because I'm really on my own. I'm playing this a little bit like a tournament game, which I should not be doing in randoms. I should just be moving up towards my teammates, but I also don't see the enemies pushing in. So I can maybe just wait a bit, wait for heavies of the enemy team to move elsewhere. I could then maybe push the 50B. Let's give it a moment. I want my teammates to do something. Okay, the 50B is going down there. You know what? Surprise! Nice. Can I face them all down? Nice. Oh. Maybe. Okay. Okay, the 50p got set in fight again. I think I can just YOLO in. They still have concept roaming around somewhere. Let's do it. Be brave. Get ammo wrecked. Man, the rolls. The rolls on this guy. I got 2 fires as well. And another HE. Concept, where did you go? Was he just moving forwards or did he turn around at some point? I wonder. Did he go back to get me? This is weird. He might be somewhere around there. Okay. It could be on the TD spot. Oh, wait. On either side he is now. Alright, come on. Just go in. He's to the left side. Yep. What the hell is he doing? Oh, come on, tank. Come on, tank. Nice. Is he seriously pushing? Okay. Wait, the gorilla also bounced. Should not have stopped yet. I just threw away the iPad. Okay, could have actually gotten him still. Hey, Darkman as well. Wait, have you been watching? Or did you just join in? I think you are here, right? Okay. I think I'm warmed up. What do you want me to play next? We can go for some tank requests. By the way, that was actually kind of fun. But just actually good demonstration as well of what to do if you are doing some mistake early on. You might just find yourself pushing somewhere early on where you notice you don't have a lot of support. Sometimes it happens. I should have actually just checked out the map from the start on. Should have seen what was going to happen. Should have seen my teammates starting to go for the other side, and I would have been much safer going with them. But I could still just play carefully over here. And I'm getting distracted by the chicken leg. They're just scratching my neck here. Okay. Let's go for E6 maybe. Alright, we got a bunch of heavies. I like to see that. I can just move over towards the right side then. I mean, I could also just play for the center and farm, but I love taking that map control. Just taking the corner and having enemies up close towards me. If I can take such a nice advantage, then I happily do. Don't tell me on the other side. No. Come on, guys. They have 4 heavies and they are going A. No way. Wait, I can just go blind shoot this bush. There will definitely be a camper. But the enemies have 183 and Foch, which are... I mean, the Foch would be pretty hard to pin. I'm going to just push out this dude. He's going to be pretty isolated, even if he has some backup. Oh no, I should not peek here because there will be tanks to the side who can shoot me. Nice. Okay, can I go? Let's not go yet. Nice. So far, so good. But I think I can just go in. I have a light tank with me. I mean, hopefully I'm getting some support by the light, right? Are you not peeking? How about you peek? Because I cannot peek at the concept. He has the E100 behind him. Let's try to spot that. T100 is fighting, okay. I'm not happy with this. I'm super aggressive already and not really being able to do much. Yeah, nice. Ah, there comes the backup. No. Okay. Nice. Okay, let's keep going. Nice high roll, and I can just move towards the others. And I guess I'm still going to get some shots because the Vermeer is not having much of a chance. Let's just push right behind them, if I somehow can. Yeah, nice. Great. Okay, no tanker quest today. Alright. NA POS is over. Krim, are you playing on NA as well right now? Again? In the middle of the night? Oh man, I could never play at night on NA. I would want to get paid a good amount for that. Of course, it is nice to get the top 4, but still, it's just playing a couple times a week at 3 AM. It's not a full-time job. feels like one. I remember when I streamed NA once, it was so exhausting. I think I streamed EU as well and NA afterwards. Slept a little bit. Or maybe at that time I did not stream EU. When I was just sleeping a little bit and getting back up, like sleeping 3 hours, and it is totally ruining the nighttime rhythm. Oh, hello. No. AFK as well. Don't tell me the enemies have 2 AFKs. What the hell is that? Brilliant. I'm just sitting this one little red part there. Let's maybe just push in onto the IS-4. At the risk of taking some shots, but I can be a lot more aggressive, and that means I can actually farm some damage and use my DPM well. Okay, reloading faster than anticipated. Bah, dude, what? How was that a bounce? Okay. Hori is dead as well. Nice, and I'm on the high ground. I like you too. Let's move on. Now, getting him actually just shot by accident. And I can hopefully still get some shot. Was he actually not dying? E100 not penetrating concept. Okay, struggling with that face hack, but he could just simply get the cupola. Nice. Bounce AMX. Okay. E100 is a real team player, yes. Should also play 100. Oh, let's play. I don't know. Maybe KPZ. By the way, if anyone's watching live right now and has not entered the giveaway yet, we still have a Battle Pass giveaway on the Discord server that you can go for. Still lasting 40 minutes. You can simply join the Discord server and find a giveaways channel. There you can enter by the press of a button. Yeah, let's wait a moment. Enemies have 2 mediums. I'm a little bit surprised that I'm actually not spotting anyone. So let's not waste too much time, because they might be all on the other side and playing aggressively, which would put our teammates at a disadvantage. Okay. Oh. That's not totally surprising. Bad shit running over A. Okay. Enemies have double Yak. Those are the only TDs, and both are spotted. So I guess I'm free to go. No. Nice. I need to keep going because we are still losing the other side. Nah. Checking the minimap if there are any weak spots. I think I should try to focus the bad shit for sure. You know what, let's just take the shot of Yak if necessary. Nice. No. Okay, I destroyed his engine actually. Ooh. Okay. I was already surprised that I got to track him at the angle and still dealt damage, but no, it was the engine. Reminds me of the... Oh no, oh no, oh no, no, no. Reminds me of applying tier 6. You know, Jagdpanzer 4, I think it is? It has such a weak engine that you can basically shoot the front and destroy the engine almost as reliably as just tracking them. Okay, but I need to go away because I'm a one-shot and I just misplayed by getting in there. I should not have gone there because otherwise I might have gotten killed with one shot and this might have cost us the win. Now we also have base beam. And we're actually winning already. Set. No farming. Okay, last shot still. Good. $907, yeah, sure. Or the one and many. Hi. And let's go for it. Simon saying KPZ is the last one I want. Maybe Object 77 as Kong. You will always have more tanks that you want. There's always one tank you cannot get. For some time I had all tier 10s, but nowadays there's 116 F3 missing. And there are soon going to be more tier 10 tanks, right? Some new collectors are already... Some more collectors are already on the way, so I guess maybe I'm never going to have a full collection again. Let's just go in. Oh no. Okay. Doesn't look like he was reloaded. There's a medium. Would be nice. Nope. Okay, let's not do this. Oh no, oh no. Oh man, nah, nice. I wanted to shoot the bad shit. Just trying to help, sorry dude. Ugh. Well, we can go back here. Nice, got the track shot and he's done. Let's shoot the rear for the fuel tank maybe. Oh, he's giving up, okay. I'm just keeping an eye on the others already. Oh, shit. Somehow the enemy 183 is still alive. It's not peeked that far, otherwise I might get killed. Okay, there he is. Nice to know. Still... Whoa, guys! I did not even hit him. I cannot peek there anymore. Please. It's definitely still winnable, I would say. Is he just YOLOing? Nice. Where's the medium though? Okay, I have to go for him. Nah, I'm a one-shot to Hori now. No. I thought maybe I could just spot him and just let him drive around the corner. I had a small chance of maybe tracking, circling, but nah, I would not have won in 1v1 there. Not at a close distance. I needed to go get further distance in. T62 was... I think he was also low on hit points. Do you think the 97 is still worth playing when things like the KPZ or Leo exist? Definitely. Leo and KPZ both fulfill a different role. And the 907 is actually a very amazing all-rounder. It is basically a light tank, but it has decent armor. And it has tracer shells as well. The Leo... I don't like the Leo personally, because it is doomed to play very passively. You cannot move up frontally against anyone. So sometimes you will really struggle. The 907 can still, to some degree, play aggressively up front against other mediums. It's not easy, not reliable, but if you really have to, you can do it. Like you get those ricochets off like this one. With the Leo, that's a lot more rare, although at this angle, maybe it would have also worked out. Yet, I do really enjoy having the option of flying right in front of enemies. And then the KPZ is even better at flying to the front of opponents. But it is not fast and it is inaccurate. And I really dislike that. Oh. Nice. I think it will be about killing Kranwagen here. We already have a Met in the back. Do I turn? Watch this, he's bouncing me. With the KPZ this would work. Yes. But with the KPZ I'd have none of the light characteristics that are so helpful here. Let's try to go for another shot. Nice. Kran is not escaping anyway, so I can as well just shoot that Yak. Everyone. Nice. Kofi doesn't work. How's that? What did you do? We broke it. Out of money, maybe. Okay, thank you.
Meat became a member.
Holy moly!
Just get away for 4 more holy molies.
Became a member.
Holy moly!
John Shaw became a member.
Holy
Do I your
moly!
platoon now?
Skip Dreadman became a member.
Holy moly!
Last one?
Randowski became a member.
Yes. Thanks a lot, Darkman. What I still want to point out about the comparison of 907 versus Leo and KPZ. The 907 is something in between both of Leo and KPZ. It combines basically the best of both of them. So it's not really like, yeah, I think it's just saying it that way. That does it justice. It's KPZ is still stronger when getting to the front of our opponents, yes. But I like the games where you relocate a lot. But honestly, this might require you to have some skill in relocations. With this tank, I don't have to be that afraid. Oh, nice one. Oh, let's fall back a little bit, maybe? No. Fine. Track, nice. With a 907 I would have had to be a little bit more careful, for sure. Oh, E4. Yes, turn. Oh my. Thank you, E50. Thank you, E50, for pushing and blocking me. GG. He's saying GG. Ah, he's actually a viewer. Okay, and I'm bouncing. Actually, I'll have to be careful because we are losing the guy and my teammates are not there yet. Okay. Nice one. Okay. Maybe last shot on Torino? Or is he going to get me? Place your bets. Okay. Actually, good game for KPZ. That's how it's working out very nice. If you can get that aggressive, yes. But if you are ending up in a situation where you have to relocate and flank around, then the KPZ is definitely lagging behind in that 907. When it's only about relocations, of course, the Leo is excelling and does just take the top spot. Another intellectual question, Rico. How do you think the 5A holds up in today's meta? Maybe you are asking about the 5A because it's some well-known YouTuber's most favorite tank, I guess. That was what I've heard last time. It sucks. Oh, it's not really horrible, but if you want something like the 5A, you can simply play the Object 260 and have a better tank. The 5A is going to be easier thanks to the higher alpha damage that it has. Nice. Yeah, 5i is slightly easier and then 260. But I would say definitely 260 is the better tank. Because it has better armor, better mobility. And also better DPM, I guess. This guy is a total noob. Okay, let's move down here. Oh. Okay, sure. How the heck did I bounce him? Oh, let's go forwards. Can you kill, please? Oh, okay. T62 still surviving. Maybe there's a chance for the kill shot. If he... oh no. Okay, ram kill. Time for 268? Okay. I'm just curious, I've been playing it a bit recently. I used to enjoy it a lot before the nerfs, but now it feels... it's actually been buffed. Depending on how you view it. It's been buffed for... you know, you always gotta see things from true perspective. Like, what is the... what makes a tank have the highest potential? DPM, mobility, mainly. And I think both got increased on the VZ5A. For that it received an alpha nerf, if I remember correctly. It's been a while. I think it got nerfed to 420 alpha or so, and it had 460 alpha. And therefore, for the other part of the story is that if you have a higher alpha damage, it is easier to play. And therefore, the average player might have performed better in the past, while the better players might have performed worse in the past on the 5A. And it got changed there a little bit, so it was an improvement for the better players, but a decrease in strength for average players and beginners as well. So that's also why tier lists just are total nonsense, because a tank can have some characteristics that are totally leading to conflicting judgments based on the level of a player. Okay, that was actually a nice farming game. I was just having my eyes everywhere. I was on top of the map and that was pretty good there. I could go for a 5A game again. I've not played it in a long time. It's a pretty basic tank that is mostly working out, but it doesn't have the high potential of the 260 or other heaviums. I would place it into the heaviums category because it lacks the armor to really play like a heavy. It can only play hull down, and hence the high alpha gun with good accuracy is basically the only strength. It also has some good mobility, of course. Nice. No, so close. Am I going to have some spots to the right? I'm afraid of the FV. Not right now, of course. Yep, Sheridan. Why do you not spot and just drive into the middle? Oh, FE. There we go. Let's kill the left side. The enemies have multiple tanks on that C-cap. So we can simply ignore the heavies and go in here. Yes, he's still getting a shot in. Okay, he goes down. Guys, go. Nice. Maybe another track shot? Nah, sadly not. Still, we get him, nice. Okay, I need to stay far away from the opponents, but I want to farm them somehow and don't place myself. I'll put myself at risk. Good that we got him. So let's hack the red line maybe and support M6. It's not really working. I need some cover then. Which means that I'm going to get spotted. I'm afraid of the Griller who's still covering both of these heavy tanks. Yeah, exactly, teammates. Okay. How is he still alive? Oh, he's shooting HE. Okay. There, we got him. Please go kill him. Stop shooting HE. Oh no, oh no. Oh no, we're losing. We're losing the points. Thanks to the Yo. Basically, thanks to the Yo just shooting HE and not hiding himself. I think in the end I should have also moved in a bit sooner, and I might have still been able to kill the Yo. And I'm getting downvoted. Okay, sure. Sure. Because I'm probably the one who might just lose, yeah. When I'm having 1.5k more damage than the second, and I was actually pushing in and doing stuff. Okay. Yes, downvote me. Oh, the 268, I forgot. Sorry, Darkman. I will go for it. Don't have 5i, but I really enjoy it. And then saying everything is good when you know how to play it. At the moment, especially, every tank is decent, at least. But doesn't mean that every tank is good. That doesn't really work. It's still, there are differences. Some tanks are better than others, of course. And some tanks, like the Streetswagen, for example, are just completely useless at the moment. Oh, they're not completely useless. That's also too much to say. Oh, we can outtrade him. Just simply shoot, man. We can just outtrade KPZ, put out 2 shots and take almost nothing in return. Okay, refocus to Mino instead. Okay, okay. Oh, shit. Just a bit too early. Yeah, but what I did so far, I could have done with any other tank. Although, admittedly, the snapshots work quite well because of that accuracy. I'm just out-trading the opponents, but it's the same on something like the VZ55, especially on release, on 116 F3 or whatever. This has a weird, a little, not necessarily weird, but actually quite a nice middle ground in between. I'm not going to complain about it. Still fun to play. But if I want something like this, then I go for the 260, where the armor in the front is more reliable. I have extra mobility. I want to play 260 for comparison, actually, but I have to play 268 for Darkman. Okay. I will basically play like a medium in a passive way. See if I can... Okay. Okay. Quick shot by that opponent. I thought I could maybe put out one. But I'm not going to continue doing this. This is putting me at a disadvantage. I don't want to do that. Unless he's maybe he's getting overconfident. If I keep pre-aiming. Also, I have to play carefully because my teammates... Check the minimap, the heavies are really passive, which is not good. Heavies need to be at the front line. I know my teammate here is moving out, getting farmed, so I cannot shoot. Try it, please. Try it. Okay, let's turn around. Oh, this is so bad. You know, turning is not ideal. In the best case, we would kill the other side, but... Can we do this? Come on, teammates. This Karo needs to die, man. Whole team goes for one side and no one's able to push forwards. No one's holding the rear. Like, come on, there's one medium. And my team might try to shoot the Moistion in the middle. And of course that's not working out. They cannot kill the Moistion. Because they would get farmed from the medium. Oh yeah, one of these games where I kind of have to play passively, but I just don't get the chance to, because I would have to play aggressively. For playing aggressively, I would have to go for the far right side on this map. On the left side I could not push because I would have tanks behind me, tanks shooting me from the left side as well, and from the right side potentially. And I was not really in position to do so. Actually, I might have gone for a better starting point by moving further to the right and pre-aiming tanks to the front and the left, and I would have been able to to relocate a bit easier towards the front or the rear and would not be the first one in line. I should not have gone hull down. Joseph, click the name, player said, blah blah blah, hidden dossier it says. It means that it is a press account. Press accounts are owned by the CCs, the community contributors. which are YouTubers that... Can I HE him? Nice. YouTubers that Wargaming approved of. Basically means people who don't insult Wargaming. You can say pretty much everything still. And you get to test tanks, and you get to do the giveaways that you also see on this channel. So yeah, I'm also CC. I also own a press account. Own is a bit much to say, because I basically get it rented out. Too late to shoot for me. I was not entirely sure whether he would cross in a straight line or whether he would move further to the left in a diagonal line, which he did. Okay. Nice. I hope he spotted though. No? Not spotted. Surprisingly not. Okay, now I'm spotted though. Amorak. Oh, these low rolls. Let's actually shoot the 100. Focus fire is more important. Good. I can go for damage. Oh. Rear for fuel tank. Ah, Hyro finally again. And he uses reactive armor after that. Perfect. Okay. Nice. Darkman. By the way, Paul, question. Why put 268 to med side? I mean, a hard snap med with any TD. I rather cover heavy to have easier snapshot on heavy. If I can camp behind heavies, then I would also do so. But on Dynasty's Pearl, I cannot really camp behind them, as the map is very small only. I could still move up in a way that if I go to the very far left corner, I can still sit there behind base A. But also my team moved med side and heavy side. And I thought, you know, maybe the teams are both splitting up based on the lineup of not really having full med nor full heavy. And maybe I could just put out an early shot into any one medium that is spotting aggressively. That failed. I did not plan on staying hull down there. But one shot into some medium already helps a lot. And of course I want to focus the mediums, but it's easier to farm heavy tanks. So that's always a trade-off. Whether you put yourself at risk for going for the mediums, because oftentimes if you want to play in a good way to support the enemies, your teammates on the medium flank, then you would have to isolate yourself quite a lot. On many maps that is the case. Otherwise you camp and you only get shots onto the medium side when the enemies really do some mistakes. At that point the game is basically lost already. On the heavy side it's usually a lot easier to get the damage in. And you can play more aggressively. But here on Dynasty's Pearl, again, on the heavy side I would have to be very passive. On the medium side I could probably play a bit more aggressively, and I could also maybe brawl against some mediums even, or just play second row and then go in at some point. Let's try again. You get better to 6-8. In this case, I see 2 mediums on my side versus 1 on ours. I don't think their only single medium is playing aggressively, so I don't need to go for the medium side. We win that anyways. So I try to support the heavy side rather, and I can position myself in a passive way over here and maybe put in some shots into some crossing. Oh no. Okay. They were well prepared for me. It's tracer shells, right? Okay, this sucks to be here. Why are they all countering me? No. I need to get it behind the corner. Kill these 6. Okay, not really worth taking this shot. I could have just set it out for a moment. Can I drop down safely? Yes. Yep. Oh, nice. Okay. Great timing. I wanted to go for this bush. Come on. No! He's going out again. Haha. Nice. Okay. All about the timing, adjusting to the situation. Very satisfying that it worked so well to pull out of the trouble, to not get focused down and just be ready for the IGs. It's been, I think, 2.3k damage in 2 shots. Or more. 2.4. Okay, of course I could play for the right side. Many people would just sit there and camp. But the distance is too long. I'm rather unlikely to put out shots reliably. Enemies also only have 2 heavy tanks, so maybe I can just play for the heavy side in a rather aggressive way. Let's say I'm not going to play super aggressive, but I think I can maybe just play standard heavy position, which is still somewhat passive. Yes, do it. Nice. And I can just get unspotted. I'm still unspotted. No, he's saying... No! Not the timing. Good. Much more reliable shots from this spot. But I would actually like to do something. Although we cannot really focus, or we cannot really YOLO in here. Because the enemies have 3 as well. Maybe. Yak shot. Nice. Am I still unspotted? Let's see if I can have some crossfire there. Nah, set. Okay, let's just go in. Okay, I'm safe. We need to get rid of him, although I would love to farm that AMX with some HE. No! And most likely I would have gotten focused. He's going for me. Yeah, let's just go for some HE into D50B. And then I will die. But that's okay. One last good shot. And we're winning. Ah, man. That I had to go for the second shot into Hori because of reactive armor. With AP, I might have been able to kill him, but I would have had to go out a lot further. Yeah, strength of reactive armor. If I had him, I would have been able to fight the T62A. Or not necessarily die to AMX. Why are you pushing in with one shot? And not using fire extinguisher? Oh, aim! Only chance to hit him and he doesn't aim. You can just take one shot and move in. Okay. Okay. Was a good game nonetheless. Was pretty nice. Last one in 268, I would say. And then I'll switch, maybe 260, because I was just discussing it earlier a little bit. As you were just asking about the VZ111, I had to think about it because earlier today there was a fellow YouTuber yapping about how 260 is just a bad IS-7 and totally useless. And I was just saying, nope. If you play 260 like IS-7, you don't understand how to play it. Because an IS-7 has armor and is slow. 260 is a heavium. That rather compares to the VZ and is much better than that. Okay, that doesn't work. Maybe. What was that shot? That was so lucky. We're getting flanked by an E5. Can we just kill the left side so we are making some progress here? Otherwise you would have to turn around and kill those tanks approaching us from the rear. Let's do so. I could move up there, that would be the best way to go about it. But 907 should be able to shoot Sheridan down on his own. Okay. No way, E5 is actually going for base A. Nice. Okay, for sure, almost rammed me. Okay, I'm not going for XM because my teammates are going for him already. I can just focus on this dude. Okay. Nice. So yeah, 268 really doesn't have to camp. You should still start off in a very passive or rather passive position, but you have the option of pre-aiming enemies wherever they are peeking. Just don't be the one to peek at them. That's not working. That's just too much of a gamble then, because you don't have the accuracy to do so. Let the enemies shoot first, then you could peek out and aim for the spot that they are likely to peek in again. Or you position yourself in a way where I went to the river, where I know, okay, the enemies are likely pushing out there, so maybe I can just get in some shot and fall back immediately. Just always keep in mind to be ready to immediately fall back and have some cover next to you. Then you can play decently aggressively and just sit there. And yeah, that works out really well then for the TT. Better, okay. Well, that sounds good. That definitely sounds good. Master bar inside. Oh, don't you have all that crunchy stuff at the bottom then? And maybe that's a good part about it for you, but don't you have half the master bar just being a huge pile of stuff at the bottom? I don't know how to say it. Okay, I have some different association there. Thinking of that. Thinking of that fat pile in London plugging the water system. And I'm just sorry to destroy it for you, but that's what I think of the Mars bar just filling up the bottom, being stuck and being melted then. But maybe it melted completely and then it's nice. Or maybe you just have a lot of nice warm chocolate at the bottom. That also sounds good. So what I'm going to apply now, to talk about something else than that. 5A again? No, let me play the 260. Accuracy for the win. Hi, Taya. By the way, if you were writing the name with the O in the end instead of the with the 0, I mean, if it's 90, not a 90, then you also tag me automatically, and I get that message highlighted. Let's just start on that hill for a shot. Not too slow. Too slow. Can I... Let's try a blind shot here, see if there's anything, then I could maybe move forwards. I cannot move forwards, I would run into crossfire. The enemies are all here. Hello there. Interesting move by the Sheridan. Wait, I can maybe shoot this guy. Nah, not a connection. I really need my heavies from the right side to support because we are getting pushed onto. The heavies are pushing forwards, but they are going into the enemy's rear. If you don't play fast tank, you should not be pushing that far. You should try to move up and support your teammates. Also, we are very splitted now. I cannot really go in here. How on earth are we still losing tanks? To the left here. Okay. Maybe I could go in again. Support the heavies. Nice. Let's escape from the medium side. Push that S-Conk. Try to go for focus fire. Nah, it's not working. Ah, such a useless flank. Okay. Okay, can we get the tank back? Yes. Ah, Hammerk. Fruit option next time, strawberry cheesecake on cherry pie in hot chocolate. But you are talking about hot chocolate, aka cacao beans in powder form in milk, and not like melted chocolate on top of a Mars bar or a pie. That will make some kind of sense to me. Otherwise not so much. Yeah, okay. Let's forget about it. Try to. If it's not going to haunt me. Let's go support Mets again. I've got a wargaming employee on my team. Is that promising? I don't know. Probably not. But most are around like 50-55% if you are really bad. Oh, okay, medium just going heavy side. But we got the VZ and the T22 coming now, so we can just simply YOLO in. No problem. No. Nice. The VZ really got punished though. Let's see if I can trade with this couple. Did out-trade him. Okay, I'm not going in because enemies have... Wait, there's a gap. Enemies have a lot of autoloaders to the front that I would rather not want to clip me. But I can move down here. Sure. Okay. The 100 is coming. We can still focus the autoloaders in the best case. Which gun does he have? He does have the big gun. That's actually good. He cannot clip me and he does have no DPM. And T-57 did not decide to go for me. I like to see that as well. Oh, nice. Oh, GG. Just gotta hide from you 100. Nice. Gotta love this accuracy. Our fuel tank's already damaged. No. I guess my teammate's going to get the fire. Still trying. No. Again, no fire. Okay, it's hot. Melted completely, it becomes like a stuck cube. So basically you have the melted caramel mold and the chocolate mixed with hot milk to make almost like a hot smoothie. Hot smoothie. Okay. I would think of pudding there. If it's chocolate or flour. Maybe you know what flour is. The better pudding from the Netherlands. Probably you've had it at some point. John, I thank you. Greetings to the Philippines. So early in the morning for you now. Always nice to see some people just tuning in from the opposite side of the world, basically. Not exactly opposite side, but it's very far away. Further than I could travel by car and would want to travel by plane necessarily. Although maybe at some point, yes, but I'm actually quite used to not traveling for more than a day or two. Well, okay, if I travel by car for 2 days, that's more. But I get breaks in between. I've actually never been on a plane for more than 2 hours. Okay, I should not have shot him. I should have waited for the Kranwagen. Was to be expected that I bounced this one. What is he doing there? Oh no. To still try to trade with him. The enemies have a ton of tanks here. I think I will try to fall back. Because we're not going to win this flank. We need to win against Projector. And I can take some farming position. If I go for the balcony. Let's shoot this one because he is more dangerous to my teammates. The 100 maybe would have been better in terms of focus fire, but still, he's kind of out of the fight there. And I want to provide as much support to the mouse as possible. Nice. Sadly a low roll, otherwise I could have killed in one more shot. Thanks to the Kranwagen for turning around E100 so I can track him and penetrate with damage. Do I have to run? No, I can still farm. Okay, absolutely the best decision I could have gone for to move towards the balcony and not stay to the front of the enemies. Now let's go on that side. I can just hide behind that wall. Damage. Nice. Got off. Okay. Let's take a couple shots of Baileys in next time. Oh yeah, I can imagine that. Instant chocolate powder, but they put a... okay. Chocolate melts. But still, even if it melts, it's not really liquid, right? Unless you only get a little bit of it. And on one of my favorite cafes, they never give you hot chocolate in the form of cocoa powder and milk, but always chocolate bars. I think that's actually a certain brand that is nowadays quite popular. Zotter. Maybe you would pronounce it Zotter in English. It exists in different kinds of flavors, and you get little chocolate bars like dark chocolate, usual chocolate, white chocolate, or whatever it tastes. I don't like the other taste. I just always go for dark chocolate because I like it a little bit more bitter. But yeah, you always get the chocolate dunked into hot milk, and then you just stir around a little bit, and you get your hot chocolate in the most literal sense, plus milk. Nino is German. Is he actually close to me? Yes, I am German. I'm living right where a fourth of the Germans live in Western Germany. And I guess if you are from Europe, there is a good chance that you are close by, because most people live here. But yes, I am from Germany, as you can judge by my hard accent. Anything to see here? Yes. Maybe track? Oh, nice. Unfortunately, he knows what a bracket is. Someone else is also capping base A, right? The cap started to get okay. Get taken before the M13 moved in, is what I wanted to say. I cannot be here because I'm in crossfire. I need to adjust my position so I have only one tank that faces me. Could be the Rhino. F. That took too long. Is this actually smart what I'm doing here? Maybe? Yes. VZ is going for him as intended, but I imagine the VZ to stay a bit more passive, to actually try to stay alive. Like this is no good. This is no good. No! Okay. Let's duck down, do not get shot by the 263 or so. Nice. What the hell, dude? Why was he moving into the open? Okay, let's go kill 263, maybe? Well, Sheridan's AFK, I think. No, he's not. Okay, I will have to take one more shot by him, and I can kill him for that. There's still full life Caro. Nice. But I'm getting focused and I have no support at all. Yeah, no track shot, unfortunately. And I'm not going to bounce. Oh, I'm actually bouncing him. No! No way, he rolls for 828 damage in 2 shots. And the Grant doesn't move in. I could have killed him still. And we could have maybe gone for the Sheridan together. What are you doing here? You got outflanked by K91 who circled around the entire map. And you did not move. Does not even aim his shots. The Dino saying from Czech Republic's army close to Germany. Oh, well, it's quite a bit, quite far away from me actually, because I live in the rest of Germany, so it's like 1,000 kilometers to Czech Republic. Maybe a bit less, more like 700-800 to the border. Have I ever been there? I've only been to Dresden once and Nuremberg. Maybe you know those cities in Germany. My aunt lives there. But as she, got brainwashed by anti-vaxxers and right-wing extremists, I'm not meeting her anymore. So, yeah. Although I would still love to visit Prague, definitely, and some other cities in the east, and yeah. I've never been to Czech Republic yet. Would like to do so at some point. Only heard some good stuff about it. There are quite a few Blitz Pro players who I'm also rather close with, like F and Daniel, who are from Czech. Do I have any tournament achievements? A little bit, yes. Not so much. I was mainly just... Can I make this short? For the most part, I was a PC player, so I played with some pretty mediocre teams. I was just already leading teams at that point. I was already a good player, statistically speaking. And therefore, I often ended up leading the teams and calling for them, creating strategies, which was not ideal because I was not having any experience. But we lacked other people with more experience and knowledge of the game. So, yeah, that's what I ended up doing. But of course, you can imagine that PC players back then, they could not participate in the actual tournament. So I was kind of stuck in bad teams. But then I found some better one still on PC, as there was one off-season tournament that was mixed control that we participated in and played really well in. And after that I switched to touch, played in a raid as a bench player, then joined over. Raid back then was still full German. It was basically the same team that they won 4 seasons. Not 4 seasons. They won one or the other time. And I got to learn from them, although they were not on a high level anymore. And they did not make top 8. Then I joined over to BPS, where I got to play with a ton of experienced players as well. That's when the BPS sponsorship program started, and lots of talent moved in there. Like some of the best players in the game, in the tournament scene, got over to BPS. At the start, I was also calling to some degree, and at least backup calling, and was quite involved at some point. Then the more better players joined in, the less of a role I played. But it was just about half a year into me playing on touch, not even. So yeah, and also half a year of playing with pro teams, basically. I still stick around for a while. We almost qualified for top 8 once. At that point, I also started streaming and focused more on streaming. Then I still participated in some qualification tournament of the pro BPS team that finished first later on in the most fun season ever, when we had 5 LTs per team. that was such a nice action. And you were constantly seeking targets. Where do we go next? Let's focus fire. Let's go and go and go. I really loved that. Yeah, then I streamed already at that point. I only played the qualification and later on streamed the tournament. And I would have been benched anyways because I was also not really actively participating in the trainings. After that, I still spectated pro teams quite a lot. Like there was some trainings of Val, which was also having many of the players who were non-APA. From them, I learned quite a bit as well. But I was still considering to play maybe with them, but I was also not in top form, still struggling with touch controls to some degree. At that point, I switched off auto aim and was struggling with that. And then I was also just streaming and was a bit stressed. And I had to decide between streaming and playing, basically. Or for me, I knew I had to decide, otherwise it would not work out. Otherwise, just giving up streaming and then ending up on the bench was not an option for me. I still actively followed some of the players. They are mainly Days that I'm friends with. And I just spectated trainings from him. Which was in Serenity. No, in Serenity not so much, but in Val I still spec some trainings, and at Aqua some as well. In QQ, yeah, let's not forget about that. Days was leading QQ, and there I also was often there, also stuck around for analyzing a little bit. And also, yeah, on the BPS team at some point. So most of my experience basically comes from playing with the good players, but not practical experience. So a lot of theoretical knowledge there, not necessarily being the one to ever get to the level of playing in top 4 or so. Still, I think that did teach me quite a lot. Then, of course, I've also, for some time, I've really actively analyzed games on tournament streams, as I was used to do so on my on the trainings as well. So I got some practice from that as well. And I believe that I have a pretty good understanding of tournaments. Okay, I should have turned off auto-aim. That's also what tournament players can... I think when I play with tournament players and sometimes I analyze games with them, I think we're often having very similar ideas. I'm a little bit worried about farming this mouse because there might be others coming for me, and I would not necessarily survive this. Nice. Okay, this mouse really thinks that he can just take everything. Pretty unfortunate for him that he's not getting any support. Because enemies could have easily pushed me. The mouse is distracting me and enemies could just go for me, but my teammates are also moving in. And enemies turned around for whatever reason. What are you doing there? They could have done better by simply going forwards. Let's not get high rolled. And I can still have one. Oh, nice high roll. Max draw. And I can get to kill them as well. Which is... Ah! Another tank. Okay, nice. I like this tank, honestly. It also performs very well in terms of win rate, although I've not even played this much in Platoon. My damage is not that great. Back in the day it was also weaker, so I like it for winning, but yeah. Nowadays it would also be pretty good at damage farming. Let's go mid side. Or do I maybe just play for the middle? I don't know. I might hate myself for choosing the middle if I end up losing the right side and not being able to cross over. I think I can have a shot. Yes. Not trying any HE because he might... Oh, I might not have had the time to aim in. Look at the left there. What is happening? I want to win this flank. We're losing heavy flank, or we can hold the heavy flank, but we have to do something over here. There's something in the bush. Pretty sure. I'm risking a lot by moving in like this. But I'm the heavy tank. I can just absorb some damage. Teammates go in. Should be fine. Only problem is then if your teammates just stop and don't follow your push. And you take a lot of shots. And then you're stuck there. Enemies turn around for you. Nice high roll. No low roll, at least. I was kind of worried this might happen. But let's not care about him. I'm not going to push him. He has some backup. I think he's still loaded. Okay. I think he's dead. No. Okay. He's not reloaded yet. So he was moving out already. A bit ambitious. Rip. I'm accidentally blocking everyone, I guess. No, Kran was there and he was missing. Okay. Okay, what am I reading there? A lot of chat going on. Struggling to keep up. Yeah, Timo is also Czech, of course, and Xero. Sahara also. Yeah, sure. I often forget because his English is so good, and also his German is also good. I think he studied German even. Like, I mean, at university. Okay, by the way, do you want me to play anything else though? Otherwise, I would probably... I don't know, I think I might come to an end soon. It's getting late and I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. 3.5 or so? No, 4 hours almost. Yes. And I would need a bathroom break anyway, so I think I could just end on that. Let's see, maybe some mediums crossing and I can potentially get in an early shot. If not, I reckon the enemies are on the other side and they are actually camping. Surprise. I shouldn't be too surprised by teams being in spawn. Ugh. Okay, don't go out there. I mean, don't YOLO me. But I'm pretty safe. I'm all down. And I can maybe even get more aggressive. What the hell is this positioning? Struggling with gun depression. I'm putting myself at a huge risk. Yep. BBI, okay. FV one shot, that's nice to see. We can maybe just go in here. Nice. Nah, I should have focused Caro instead. I'm also worried about E100 to my right side, but so far I've got some cover. Yep. No. Okay. Dude. No way. No way. Team. How did you not kill that Caro? Oh no, I just threw away the game. No. I guess I should have just taken out Caro. I could see the minimap, so many tanks behind me, and no one took out Caro? Like, what the hell? Hey, how could he not go for him? Okay, let me just play one more fun game. Well, I'm rather used to ending on this one at the moment. Let's go for it. Nice, like streamer, like him. Nice. 15 minutes of Jules watching, getting a headache. Yeah. Okay. But thank you. Ouch. Nice campus. I guess I have to change my approach. I'm not liking this. No, he's moving up here. Okay, I misplayed here. I should have already gone back. How is it that these guys, they just stopped there? I will have to play some more.
Became a member.
Holy moly!
BPSL_potens became a member.
Holy moly!
Milos Zeman became a member.
And actually,
Angel
Bella
Diaz
became a member. Well deserved.
Holy moly!
XRHX became a member.
Thank you, nice shot. Okay, let's try again. That was not satisfying at all. But yeah, just as you mentioned, Doodle streams. I've barely seen him, to be honest, because all the time I tried, there was so much drama going on, and now I'm also engaging in drama by actually talking about him. Oh shit! But so much negativity. And honestly, it's a bit hard to say that I don't endorse negativity while complaining about negative people, right? Yeah, it's a bit of a paradox. Okay, let me just get behind them. But yeah, if you are constantly blaming teammates and just insulting others, that's a horrible vibe to the game then. And okay, I'm gonna focus. I'm really struggling to speak while doing all this kind of stuff because it's a little bit chaotic right now. Okay, there we go. I might get shot from A, so let's hide for a moment. Nice. Got a base as well. And I've been quite effective. But yeah, what I also really don't understand is how actually you can be in a position where you want to teach the game to others, where most of the viewers are not pros and still complain about pros all the time. Yeah, about noobs. It doesn't work. I don't know how people are still watching. Now let's just stick to IP. Okay. They still have a 183 somewhere. Where do... Can you please shoot someone else? No. Ay. Lol, he shot. Nice. Oh, I'm actually getting a good game. He's still wriggling. Ah, okay. Did I get some fire on top as well? Maybe increasing damage even further. No. And probably not an ace despite some spots. Ah, actually it is an ace. I think that's a very nice game to end the gameplay on. Yeah, last one was defeat. Yes, I do understand that. I still dealt second most damage for some weird reason. A nice shot. You win your stream, just missed the first battle. Crazy. Alright, anything we can still discuss? Or do we just end? Do you think that EU server became unplayable? Bad players everywhere. Even in my pocket was. Even in your pocket. Okay, maybe... If you got parasites in your pocket, maybe you should just take a shower. Wash your clothes. Do your laundry. Actually, I don't think EU became unplayable. It's absolutely still playable. I don't think it's as easy as it has been at its peak. But the difference there from my peak in terms of damage farming is that back then we've had a lot less autoloaders and a lot less strong autoloaders. Funnily, I like the autoloaders the most. I had like my AMX 50B consistently held at 4 to 4.1k average damage. T57 was at 4.3k, then Grille 15 playing super aggressively, also 4.1k Vickers as well. That's been my absolute peak. That was still on PC, by the way. And that's been before the FE405 was released. And then it started with Wargaming putting out a lot of really toxic autoloaders. The problem there is that even if you are really good at predicting what they might be doing, there will be situations where they simply surprise you by doing something that is absolutely catastrophically stupid. They just YOLO in, empty the clip, and for a bad player, emptying the clip on a tank with 4 shots like an FE405, that is already the average damage that they usually deal on other tanks. So they think that is a good game for them. And that's when it also started that Wargaming released a lot of really toxic tanks like the M60, the Kranwagen, tanks that had a massive damage output and having a lot of armor on top of that as well. Usually there has been some kind of balance in between tanks that have damage output, tanks that have armor. That's been very separated from each other, like the E50M having armor, Leo damage output. But at some point Wargaming leaned into putting out tanks that have both, and they're really hard to counter, have almost no weak spots. And especially on release, those tanks were crazy strong. And that changed something in the meta. And only autoloaders became really dominant tanks. Before that, single-shot tanks could still be played a lot more aggressively, I feel like. Also, that's been before the heavy hit point buff. That is also very big thing that happened. Heavies got more hit points, and like that, you could not play as aggressively with mediums and TDs anymore. Before that, you could play a medium almost up front to a heavy tank because they only had 400 hit points more than you. And like now all the heavies have like an extra 200 hit points. Also TDs, you could just play in a second row a lot closer to the opponents. Yeah, there was a shift in the meta mostly, not really in the players, although in the players you might also say there has been a bit of a change because noob matchmaking was implemented at some point, so you got the experienced players separated from the newbies, and that means you could not farm as many noobs anymore, although the games also become a bit more predictable. But overall, if you don't have noobs in your teams, you also don't have noobs in the enemy team, and that makes it a bit harder to kill opponents. You will face more experienced players that are more capable of using heat, premium ammunition in general. So I think that's also something that decreased the maximum performance possible a little bit, of course. And then you probably want me to say, but the server merge. But nope, that didn't change anything in terms of statistics. For a month or so, it felt a little bit weird occasionally. It was a bit... You were not yet used to it, but if you were good at adjusting, you could simply adjust to that and you would not really get any decrease in statistics, especially if you played on different servers and different conditions, like in tournaments and rating games, on a reroll, for example, as well. Then it was just a tiny change, not much of a change at all. The change between EU back then and EU after the merge is actually smaller than the difference between EU server and NA server, because they don't have noob matchmaking. So, yeah. Did the gameplay decrease? No. Did EU server become unplayable? Absolutely not. it is more playable than ever, I would say, even. Because nowadays we have a third queue on EU server as well. We don't only have the one for noobs and the experienced players, but we also have one for people who are highly ineffective. So if someone is AFK all the time, if someone is just blocking teammates, etc. Back in the day, that happened a lot more often. You would see that a couple of times per session. Nowadays, those guys are filtered out fairly quickly and effectively. Also, I've got to say that some players definitely suffered a bit more from the server merge. Well, not really server merge, but yeah, effectively it was kind of like a server merge because quite a lot of people joined over from Ukraine especially, and Eastern European states who are actually European mostly, and they don't want to be affiliated to Russia for obvious reasons. I don't have to explain those, I guess. So absolutely fair for them to move their account to another server and not stay on the Russian server, which I would probably not even have access to anymore in terms of payments, simply because PayPal is blocked due to sanctions in Russia, for example, and other payment services might be as well. Okay. Bella asking, can I buy gift memberships? Of course you can, but yeah, Dagman is also saying in the best case, of course, Kofi is being used, or Kofi. I've recently heard some creator call it Kofi, and then it just made sense. I would definitely say Kofi based on the pronunciation. I mean, it's in the link tree and the pinned message, but it looks like Kofi, but yeah, it's Kofi. Buy me a Kofi. That's where it comes from. And yeah, that takes no fees at all, and YouTube takes 30%. So in the best case, if anyone of you wants to support and feel like the extra effort of going for Kofi or Kofi, I will keep calling it Kofi. If that is worth it for you, then I would appreciate if you use that instead of YouTube. But of course, everything's welcome. All of you are welcome. Every like is also welcome, if you haven't yet. By the way, in case you don't know why the likes, we are always, as YouTubers are always asking for them. And I know it's a bit annoying, but otherwise YouTube doesn't know what kind of content you like. If you don't like the videos or streams, and you might not necessarily get to see them all the time, or others don't get to see them. So that is the easiest way of telling the algorithm, this is watchable content. Wait, and I start asking, did you have this sexy camo style we played together in Dare Drill and you were so happy for your new sexy camo? What camo? I don't remember. Is Blitz the same amount of players like last year's? It's pretty much the same, that I know. It's a stable number, relatively speaking. There are always ups and downs, especially in summer. Usually there are less players. As also there are less players on viewers on stream. But actually the numbers did not change much. And they also, the whole mobile gaming industry especially, is just rather stagnant at the moment. So yeah, that's not all too surprising. So games are mostly competing amongst each other, not trying to get new players. It doesn't really work that well. Also why Wargaming is focusing so much on making stuff more enjoyable for new players. That's the main focus of Reforged. Although they see now, okay, we gotta do more for the veterans. By the way, Reforged, great new feature was announced there recently. Test of tanks. Test sessions or test games, like 3 test games on a tank. And you can test multiple tanks. You get 3 games within 24 hours. And you need to use some kind of coin for that. And you just always get some coins, like for doing missions, etc., I guess. So you don't always play test tanks only. But like that, then you get to play a test tank. You can test any tank, like any premium tank or any tech tree tank. Unless you are a noob, then your choice is also limited, which is also a very good idea to not have a noob play something like the hardest tank ever, whatever that might be. Yeah, I'm really excited to hear about that. That's also something that I asked for a while already. And I do, well, I do only hope that there would be some way of placing a tank in the middle of the map, so we could all just see what the tank looks like, even if you don't have it yet, so you don't meet a tank for the very first time in random games and don't have any chance without knowing what Blitz Kit is or so to ever see the armor profile properly. Bella, have a good night. Thanks for joining in. And for the donor earlier again. And let me read up on the chat. Anything else I want to reply to? Anything else that is important? No more wargaming time. I'm talking a mess where... Wait. Talking in mess where Mets play as TDs, heavies, AFKs, TDs, rush. It's always been that way. Blitz is random. The only thing that changes, basically, is your own knowledge of the game. So as a noob, you might not have seen people rush in all the time because you lack the game awareness, the situation awareness, the overview. So that is actually playing such a massive role in why people always say Blitz is getting worse. I've heard that ever since I started the game. Blitz is getting worse. The thing is, your perception changes. As you get better, you see what is a mistake. You get to understand what is a mistake, what makes a team win, and not necessarily do you only see what can I personally do to win, but also what is a situation that my team puts itself into in order to win. Like the first thing that many people realize around the 50% mark is, okay, if I go medium side, then it's actually better in most situations. Or maybe it starts with, okay, this is a good position. And then you think there is only this one good position because everywhere else I died. And then you stick to this position and think this is the only one way to play this map. And it might be horribly wrong to always go there. But you start with the perception that this is actually the best way to go about it, and everyone else moving into positions where you previously died in are actually, in your eyes, suddenly doing something wrong. Then you understand, okay, you should go to certain areas of the map with your team in order to win. And then you do also realize, okay, if the team does not do that, then they are actually stupid for not doing so, because it made me win 3 times already. So if we just do the same, we will win again. So you start to complain about the teammates for not doing the same thing. And the better you get, the more mistakes you can spot, of course, and the more you understand what people do wrong all the time. And then you see that people do mistakes all the time. And at some point you understand that even yourself, you also do a lot of mistakes that you can avoid. And if you get to that point, then you have 2 ways of going on about it. One way is to blame every single one player on the team and potentially also yourself for every little mistake that is happening. Option number 2 is learning from the mistakes, avoiding the mistakes, and getting used to that other people do the mistakes so you can adjust your own playstyle in a way that you don't rely on those teammates that are doing weird stuff. The thing is also there is a perception mistake going on, that is that you think you get a lot of experience and with every game you learn something, so your teammates basically should learn in the same way, in the same speed, in the same manner. And if someone else, like, you feel like after 20,000 games, maybe, why did they not all learn something? My teams are not getting better. They should all be better at some point. But what is really hard to realize, although we all know it is the case, but it's really hard to internalize, I would say, that teams are random. They are not having the same learning curve as oneself. They are always new teams. So statistically speaking, the average battle amount on a team is always the same. They don't learn with you. They are always beginners. And it does not matter how far you get, the team is always staying at the level of being a beginner team. Because most of the players have very few battles, and very few players stick to the game forever and get a huge battle count. So at any given time, most of the guys in the game are just starting out. And it's very easy to mistake them for not learning, when actually you've got to really understand that the others don't learn. They are always new, always at the same level, and you got to adjust to a team that is so random that does absolutely weird stuff occasionally. Sometimes they're good, but oftentimes they are not. Okay. I could just cut the whole thing into a video. By now, I think I made the point that I actually wanted to do a video on. All right. A nice shot. Thanks for really good commenting today. You managed to raise my blood pressure to the roof. Nice. I was struggling a little bit to get into it, to be honest, especially at the start. Also, the qualification tournaments are always a bit harder to comment on, because you might see some teams that are really not prepared yet. Like Astral, unfortunately, was, and I'm trying to make it exciting, and then I'm sometimes really disappointed to see games that are lacking behind my expectations of having top-level tournament already. I've got to be fair that not everyone is a pro, yes, but it's not super exciting to see a pro team roll over another team that is constantly doing mistakes. I try my best to really keep it interesting and exciting and not complain all the time. And also to keep the hype up and saying, oh, they're doing so bad. Like, come on, just give me another opponent for my pro team so we can have some nice games. And still, you're gonna be like, okay, nice push going on here. And you're like, oh, they're just getting farmed. Yeah, it's not always easy to comment then. And there are definitely other commentators who are just, or YouTubers who are more used to comment on literally everything, even replays that are totally random and not really that interesting. And if it's more about the fun factor of the game than playing properly, then of course you can have more fun. Like CAWXK does a good job at that. He has a lot of fun seeing Big Boom, etc., but he doesn't really understand what's going on, so he wouldn't spot if a team is misplaying. So I guess we all know it. For being a happy person, truly happy person, you must not understand too much of these circumstances. I don't mean to say that anyone not understanding Blitz would be stupid or so. That, of course, is also up to experience and in-depth knowledge about this game. Yeah, and also having pro-level experience, playing with other pros and focusing on really improving. It's also the mindset of improving oneself and one's knowledge is so important to. I think that there are many YouTubers who are also more leaning into explaining than learning, which is also why I started really late. I always felt like, okay, I never really had in mind to become a YouTuber, but I never felt to be at the point that I could actually explain stuff, because I'm sometimes very perfectionist and I want stuff to really be on point, no mistakes happening also. Especially when it comes to my videos, and I want to have them not include any mistakes. I want them to be watchable for years. So, and still there are many mistakes in them. There's still older videos especially that are kind of bad. Although I've been already on a high level, I just didn't have the skill in creating videos or explaining stuff as well. Makes me cringe a little bit to watch them. Gene, have a good night. Also, Dondi, thank you, and Gene and everyone. Yeah. Guys, should we come to an end, or is there any other question? Gene still... Wait. Gene, did you leave or someone else? Because you're still asking the question, when you will make a new video with tips for helping newbie? I'm actually working on a video, and I recorded this video twice already. I collected all the replays, then an update came before I recorded them. Now I got all the replays again, and I'm thinking about recording it again. I'm currently out of the loop of doing videos on a regular basis, so perfectionism is kicking in again. Also, this is a very important guide to me personally, because it's talking about the different roles of tanks and how a tank adjusts to another. So it's about tank classes basically. A tank class guide is as essential as the how to play every map video, which is currently rightfully so the best performing video I have on this channel, because I put in a ton of work, and it's such a freaking important subject that cannot be missed out on. So yeah, this is also the tutorial on tank classes. There have been some tank class guides already, but mostly I think they are coming short of what is actually happening, and I think I have the goal of explaining the characteristics of a tank that determine the playstyle in a way that you basically don't need any other tank review anymore. I mean, then you get a tank and you just know, okay, what is the strength? Let's make the best use of that. That's what I want to achieve with this video. As said, I recorded it twice. I have scripted the whole thing, reworked the script, and changed a lot. I'm still not happy with what I recorded. With half of it, I'm kind of fine, but I think I want to still just give it a notch and try it again. Also, I'm a little bit out of practice when it comes to explaining and talking. I think today I'm in a good mood again, despite the horrible temperatures. But yeah, I've been quite distracted recently as well. Bacchus. With all the autoloaders, it sort of changed the way tanks play. I think you might be just a couple minutes behind, because I talked about it like 15 minutes ago, so. Okay, guys, do we end here? Do we end? Any other questions? Last chance. Last chance. Let's wait 5 seconds. 10 seconds maybe. I really need to pee as well. I need to quit, I guess. By the way, the next tournament streams will be happening soon. Let me already quickly look that up still. When's the next one? Diamonds Cup. got a Google Doc. Next one's happening on the 17th, so in 3 days. I won't be streaming in the meantime because I'm happy to see my girlfriend who's coming back from vacations. So I will be gone for 2 days basically. And then 21st. So every 4 days now. That's basically it. Every 4 days you get a tournament. Yeah. Okay. Have a good one, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. I really enjoyed our time together on chat here. And I hope to see you back on the next tourney stream on Discord. And yeah. Maybe at the Gamescom. Last question, is any one of you at the Gamescom? Because that's happening in just 2 weeks. I won't be streaming maybe 1 or 2 qualifying tournaments because of that. Yeah, I think I will miss out on the last 2. Unfortunately. Also, I recently... it's a bit of a shock moment because I planned some vacations for the end of September and something was not announced for the end of September yet. Or in general was not announced yet. The professionals tournament. I'm on vacations for not the professionals tournament, but the Blitz Cup. I'm on vacations there. If Wargaming wants me to stream, and then I would also stream that one. At least the grand finals. My head was already spinning as I was thinking about how I could realize that I could borrow a laptop from a friend or parents potentially because they have some good ones. Maybe they can spare it for a week. I have a light that's over there that is usually not shining into my face, but I could pack that into my bag. I could pack a laptop into my bag, like some camera that I could stick on the screen. But it would be a little bit tough to stream on back to only one display without any external displays. Currently I have 2 monitors in front of me and that is really helpful. It's like that. Going to be annoying to stream on only one stream. No more Wargaming asking, are you a tester? Yes, I am a tester. How can a player be testing tanks? That's my last. Occasionally Wargaming is extending their testing program and then they are writing about it on Discord. But be aware that super testers, I'm not a super tester, I'm just a CC and I get test tanks. Super testers need to test as well. If you sign up for it, you need to test regularly, even the crappy tanks that are on lower tiers. And you need to provide feedback. You need to play like 30 games at least. And yeah, provide feedback then. And you will also get a bit of gold as compensation. Another way to test is going into a tests clan. And yeah, in test clans, you have to be in them for like 3 months. There are very few test clans. Wargaming doesn't really have the clan testing program anymore. They don't extend on it, but the existing test clans, they still remain. And mostly they have like 10 spots or so, more or less. Some have a few more. And you have to be in the clan for 3 months at least. And some clans are really good at rotating the testers. Other clans just have the clan lead and the few core members. So yeah, you might get into that. That would probably be the easiest way to go about it. I don't even know which clans are still active test clans at the moment. Immor, Loka, SKD as well, IPA. Okay, I did not know. Okay, let's really end here. Thanks for watching. See you guys soon. Have a good night. Have a good one. And good luck on the battlefield. Don't be the bad teammate.